presents I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano, Colin and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to a brand new series of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, in which you can hear all the old jokes but in a brand new order. There have been a few changes since we last met, so will you please welcome for the ladies, Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor. And for the gentlemen, Graeme and Barry Crown. At the piano we have the masked fingers of Colin. And we're going to start, as always, with the first round, which, for the purposes of this program, is called Round Number 1. The title is Good News, Bad News. One member of the panel who I'm about to nominate will start with some good news. The next person will give us the corresponding bad news. And then the next person will give us the good news. And then the person after that will give us the bad news. And this will go on until I press the buzzer, which will sound like this. Right. And we'll start with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Good news. I went to a stag party last night.
Bad news, it was real stags.
Good news, one of them took me home.
Bad news, he turned out to be a bum steer. Good news, he was really an old dear.
Bad news, very old and very dear.
Good news, the buck stops here.
1 point there for Willie Rushton for waking up in the nick of time. And we'll start now with you, Willie, then.
Oh, thank you. Good news. I've just been signed up by Breakfast Television.
Bad news, I don't get up till lunchtime. Good news, they say you can broadcast from bed.
Bad news with Michael Parkinson.
Good news, he's promised to bring a friend.
Bad news, it's Russell Harty. Good news, it'll be the first time I've felt hearty in the morning.
Bad news, I'll be feeling a little parky.
Okay.
It's a good cut. Good cut.
With the team's level pegging, we go over to you, Graeme, to start with some good news.
Good news, the country's economic situation is improving. Bad news, so Mrs. Thatcher's doing a U-turn.
Good news on the motorway.
Bad news, there's never a juggernaut when you want one.
Well, that puts Willie marginally in the lead, level pegging with the others. And this is the point where I give teams advance warning of the late arrivals that they'll be doing later on in the programme. This week we'll be asking them, and you might well have guessed it, for late arrivals at the Royal Ball. Late arrivals at the Royal Ball.
Nothing disrespectful, please.
Right, well, now we're going to go on to a game which we played in all the, in the last few series that have gone before, but...
You smooth-talking devil.
We were going to drop it from this series, but by popular request, which was made known to us even before we came to do this programme, we're going to put it in for this one programme only. It is that old childhood game that everybody remembers, Mornington Crescent. As it is a one-off, teams, we're going to bring one of the special rules into play, and that is that Any vertical move not preceded by a diagonal incurs a penalty of 1 move, as long as it's correctly challenged. Teams busily writing that down.
It's the usual rotation, Humph, isn't it?
No.
Well,
No.
It's not the usual rotation.
Oh, it's, yes, I'm sorry,
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
It's
Yes.
the usual rotation for these rules. It's not the usual for
general.
basic general, no.
Right.
Oh, great.
Right, we'll start with you, Graeme Garden.
It's like boycott without his box, this.
Totterage.
What? Totteridge what?
Totterage.
That's not very good.
He can do...
That's really dreadful.
He can do Totteridge.
Haven't played for a bit, have we?
No, he can do Totteridge because he opens
He's
out
done
generally
it,
with
but
it.
it's also Mornington Crescent. No, it's not, because
No, it's
you're
not.
not preceded by a diagonal. You can't do that yet.
Graham's right.
Dear,
It's your turn to
dear.
play, Tim.
Barry will not be quite so petulant. Shall I go on? Super brat of Mornington Crescent. Warren Street.
Abbey Road.
Mornington Crescent.
Yes.
Not your turn. Is it? Well, I was challenging his
Because he goes
vertical
before.
before the diagonal.
Goes before.
I was going to
I
say
went.
Lower Regent Street, so that's got you, hasn't it?
No, it wouldn't. We went before anyway, so it's nullified.
No, I'm sorry, Graeme.
Can we have a ruling on that?
It wasn't.
I think they're right. Would it be clearer if we went nip?
It wasn't preceded by a correct diagonal. Willie Rushton.
Thank you. Abingdon Road.
Bank. Queen Anne Street.
Seven Sisters Road.
Oh, no.
It's all right.
Partner.
Victoria Street.
Camden Town. Camden Town. Has to be. Lower Regent Street. Nearer home.
Always safe.
Birdcage Walk.
What?
Willie, it's you to go.
I know, my partner here is writing something down.
We've never had conferring before.
Else
I'm
Road.
sorry.
No.
Sorry.
That's enough conferring.
We have
Humps, no conferring. I'm sorry.
Elscourt Road, there it is. Take it or leave it.
Piccadilly. Lancaster Gate.
Park Lane.
Oh.
Hoisted on your own petard.
Yes, right there, slightly. King Street, Hammersmith.
Waterloo. Mornington Crescent.
Tim and Willie win that one. With an
We
absolute
kept our nerve
sitter
up,
at the
that
end.
was it.
Now, the reason I didn't penalise them for conferring is that you were having a certain amount of assistance from the front row of the audience, Barry. Right. Now, the next game is one called Misleading Advice. I'm going to ask the teams to do their good deed for the day and give them some misleading advice that they might give, or ask them for some misleading advice that they might give to a tourist. Rather along the lines of, let's take one that we had in the last series. You must try the open-air loos in Trafalgar Square. And we're going to start with you, Barry Cryer.
As a mark of respect in Westminster Abbey, trousers are not worn.
Good advice at any time. Willie Rushton.
On May Day, put bed sheets on your head and a pointed hat and ride through Brixton.
Right, Graeme.
Yes, on Grand National Day, why not enjoy a picnic under the hedge at Beecher's Brook?
Tim?
Welcome to London. When visiting the Tower of London, don't forget to take a club for the traditional raven cull.
Have you got another one, Barry?
Yes, a pint of bitter is known in England colloquially as a pures. So go in a pub and shout to the barman, "Up yours!"
And remember, in this country, before leaving a railway compartment, it is considered polite to pass wind.
Okay, Tim? You got another one?
Yes, don't be afraid. Taxi drivers expect you to bargain with them.
sudden spurt at the last moment there, Tim Brooke-Taylor puts his team in the lead. And we go on to the ad-lib poem, which is a favourite with all of you. I'm going to give someone, in this case it's going to be Barry Cryer, the first line of a poem, and he'll continue until I buzz, and then the next person continues with the poem and so on until I conclude that it's reached a fine artistic climax, and I'll press the buzzer and award the marks to whoever I think deserves them at that time. Probably shan't award any. You're going to have difficulty with this one, Barry, because I'm going to penalise you 10 points if you're too obvious. Your first line is, Michael Foot was in the garden chopping up hedgewood when...
Michael Foot was in the garden chopping up hedgewood when he looked over his fence and stood aghast, for there was his aunt, Dedgewood Ben. Maria, her Christian name, forsooth. Maria Dedgewood Ben.
Willie Rushton.
That's the worst thing I've ever been passed over in my life ever. Well, he thought.
It's Rob Wilton.
He thought, if Dennis won't do it, then perhaps Reg would then. Alas, he didn't know a Reg. So he rang up dear old Dennis.
And said, "Good morning, Dennis." What am I supposed to be rhyming with?
I know. Where are we?
Where are we?
You've got to rhyme with dear old Dennis.
Dear old Dennis. He rang him up. And Dennis said, "Oh, Mike, you are a menace."
Mike.
Michael Foot.
Mike,
Don't nod off. Don't nod off.
Stay with it. Stay with the plot.
Having to give him footnotes now.
I know, Miss
I have to tell you, teams, that we're at the moment so far away from an artistic conclusion that my buzzer is rusting over.
So Dennis said, "Oh, Mike, you are something of a bit of a menace." Well, Dennis then riposted Mr. Foot. "It's about me auntie, who's always chasing men, you see.
Where are we?
At the drop of a lace-trimmed panty. And at that moment, as luck would have it, some men went rushing past.
One had a trumpet. He gave a fearsome blast. It livened up proceedings, livened them up no end.
Good.
Past swept the Welsh Guards Horse Brigade, one of whom was a close friend. "Oh, Evan," he cried, "how grand to see a chum as old as you. Jump off your horse. Come right inside. If you want it, use the loo." Said Evan. I've forgotten who Evan was talking to. Said Evan, "Mike, old chum, old pal, I'd like to now a blute."
Well, do, said Michael. I know you have, even from a parachute. For Evan is a paratroop. And once dropped on North Wales.
Which is a very windy place and liable to gales. And once, while he was dropping through the windy, wild Welsh air, young Evan, he looked down and said, "You boys, I do declare, what do I see below my feet? I think it's Pontypridd."
Wellington Crescent.
However, he was quite wrong. The burial place of Lord Reith. But a woman looking up into the sky said, "My love, what is it coming down to me? It is Evan. It's above."
I'm awarding full marks to Tim Brooke-Taylor, as it's the first time in 8 series that he's ever won a mark for the ad-lib poem. It's about time he started now. We're going to go on now with the blues teams, and at this time I'm going to give you each a topic, and in fact, also heighten the competitiveness of this round, I'm going to give you both the same subject. So we'll start with you, as you won the last round, Tim and Willie, your team, and I want you to sing the Social Democrat Blues.
I woke up this morning. Yeah, I did. I promise you I did. Lloyd Jenkins on the phone. I said, no thanks.
He said, come on, Mr. Rushton. The SDP is not a crowd of quanks. I said, wing up, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
My reply was wooed. I said, "Woy, boy, I'm not enrolling in your ranks." Oh,
yeah! Okay, Barry and Graeme, your turn for the same blues on the same subject.
Nice of you to call, Shirley. I've enjoyed our little chat.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Maybe you can tell me, Shirley Kimms, what is a social democrat?
She said, someone who likes it in the middle.
And I said, I'll have a little piece of that.
Right. Barry and Graeme, you get the most marks for that one. Yes. Well, it is just as well, because you're way behind at the moment. We're going on now to a game which is called Graeme's Game, and the reason is that in this series we're going to ask each member of the team to contribute a game and to, first of all, explain it. Graeme.
Well, my game is called Pebble Mill. And it's based loosely on the well-known television program which says the title. One person in the team is an interviewer, the other person in the team is an interviewee. So they then conduct an interview, as on the television program Pebble Mill. The other team may interrupt if anything of the slightest, remotest interest is said by either of the people conducting the interview. And if they're interrupted over 3 times during the interview, they then have to listen to Kenny Ball playing Bad Penny Blues.
Right, I'll recap on that insofar as I understood it. The game's called Pebble Mill. One member of each team is the interviewer, and the other is a person to be nominated by me to be interviewed. And then the other team is challenged if they think they hear anything interesting in the course of the interview. So first of all, Tim Brooke-Taylor is going to interview Willie Rushton as Marilyn Monroe.
Right.
Hello.
Hello. It says in my research here.
I love this funny studio with a garden outside.
Yes. We're very pleased with it.
It's like Holiday Inn foyer or lobby.
Yes, I'm sure it would be. Now,
A challenge from Graeme Garden.
It was really rather interesting, the distinction between foyer and lobby there. I think they could enlarge on that with a great deal of interest to us.
They crossed out foyer on the idiot card and put lobby.
Carry on.
It wasn't as interesting as we thought.
Go ahead, Tim.
I was going to ask you, in fact, whether there was any difference between the lobby and the foyer, but I'm not going to because I have another question for you here, which I've been given to ask you. I haven't really done much research on you, so I'm afraid I can't.
Challenge from Barry.
It's terribly interesting that Bob is not wearing a bow tie for this interview. He appears to be wearing a red open-necked shirt. I find that absolutely gripping.
I think we can allow that one, yes.
You
because
allow
it is
that.
faintly interesting. I was wondering the same thing myself. So we'll go over now to you, Barry, to do an interview. And you're going to interview Graeme Garden. And Graeme, you're going to impersonate Ludwig van Beethoven. Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
I find it absolutely fascinating that Bob Langley has a beard and glasses.
Premature. You challenged too soon.
The old problem.
You've got a lot of friends in tonight, Tim?
Lud. I say Lud because we met earlier today and spent a few unfruitful hours talking before this interview. I'm very interested, Lud, that you're here in Birmingham. I wondered if you'd ever visited Birmingham at all before in any way, Pebble Mill or Hagley Road in particular, I thought. Been in...
Challenge from Tim
I think it's
Brooke-Taylor.
actually fascinating, quite clear that he's deaf. I mean,
Well, I'll allow that, if only because it's the only way I can see that we can go on with the game. Right, Willie, you're the interviewer. And Tim, you representing now Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon.
Neil,
Hi.
when you were very, very young, did it ever occur to you in your wildest moments that you'd grow up? When you found out that you were going to grow up
Yeah.
and developed your lifetime interest in wire baskets in supermarkets, was your mother as dull as you?
I think I would have to answer no there. On the other hand, I could answer yes.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
Well, we were fascinated that his mother might possibly not be quite so dull as he was.
Yes.
We were looking forward to enlarging on that.
Wait till he meets his father.
Another challenge
We're
from...
riveted. We can't wait to meet his father.
I'm not going to meet his father, who's been dead for many years.
We want to know why not.
I think we might put it to the audience. Do you think that was an interesting challenge? No. Right, well then...
He has got a lot of friends in town.
So it's over to you, Graeme, now, to interview Barry Cryer. And Barry, you assume the role, please, of Winston Churchill. Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
I didn't know Bob Langley was nearly bald.
On several occasions.
Once again, you jumped the gun. The game hasn't started yet.
Mr. Churchill, I can't help noticing that you are, in fact, wearing, as we've all come to expect, a sock. And a coincidence that strikes me immediately is that you are actually also wearing another sock.
Challenge.
We're all longing
Yet another challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
We're longing to know where he's wearing the sock.
In Pebble Mill, where do you think?
Never have so few socks been worn on so many legs. By so few.
I'm surprised that you are, in fact, wearing socks, because in your position I would have expected you to have a little man to do that sort of thing for you.
Anthony couldn't be with us tonight.
I see.
He's dead, you know.
Rather like this program.
Yes.
At what age did you decide that you wanted to smoke cigars?
Yes.
And was that about the same time?
That would be about the same time.
Because some people...
I was smoking them on the beaches. I was smoking them round the back
That's very
of the
clever.
coffin wallet.
I think we surrender.
Well, that seems like a walkover for Barry Cryer. And we come to the point with Barry and Graeme leading by an enormous margin, to the point where I sit back and allow the teams to make their announcements for the late arrivals at the Royal Ball.
Oh, here comes Willie Hamilton. Oh, dear, he seems to have slipped and accidentally put his head under a falling axe.
The House brothers, Buck and Clarence. And their close friend, Madge Esty. Oh, what's all this here? Oh, it's Prince Charles. Now. Di Spencer, the well-known Welsh transvestite. Followed by Princess Michael, the well-known Austrian transvestite.
Speaking of die, Mr. and Mrs. Joint and their Cockney hermaphrodite son die joint. Also, Harry Stokerat.
There's Coronation and Tara London.
Be welcome from Australia, please. Captain Blood and his son Blue.
and his good friend Earl Scott.
Oh, King Constantine's glass is empty. Fill the Greek.
And all the way from Spain, Mr. and Mrs. Dakala, and their aristocratic daughter, Ping. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not her, that's an imposter. Over there is the true Ping Dakala. And from France, the family Donfille de Bleu de Loc, and their father, the Marquise Donfille de Bleu de Loc.
Mr. and Mrs. Slist and their discredited daughter Honours Slist.
And a party from the Royal Shoemakers. I wish they wouldn't carry that banner, cobblers to the Queen.
In case I'm interrupted by Willie Rushton, let me hurriedly say that that's all we have time for this week.
Coffey, it's a very late arrival, but it's only Barbara Cartland.
That's all we
Admiring
have.
those lovely equine pictures on the wall. Oh, those must be the Prince Andrew.
Well, that's a nice groan to end on. So that's all we have time for now, ladies and gentlemen. And from the two teams and myself, until next time, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
Present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you very much. Hello, and welcome to the show that really takes the lid off and lets a lot of nasty things out, including our two teams, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden. And we start with our version of Sounds Peculiar. I'm going to play in a few bizarre sound effects, and I want you to tell me what you think they are. I shall award marks. We've been inundated with a postcard from a man in Ramsgate after the first show who says that it's impossible for him to keep up with the excitement of the show if I don't give the marks, which I didn't, I'm afraid, last week, and I apologize, and I shall keep them scrupulously this week. Teams. Right, now, the first sound effect is coming up for you, Willie Rushton.
It's Tony Benn having a brain transplant. Or Sir Keith Joseph remembers.
You're getting close.
That's as close as I care to get.
Yes, well, you get a mark then.
Thank you.
Right, Graeme Garden, here's your sound effect.
That's got to be page 3 of The Sun. Failing that, could it be... No, I won't ask the question, I'll tell you. That was Cyril Smith tying his shoelaces.
I think you can have 2 marks for that, Graeme, just to put somebody in the
each.
lead. Tim Brooke-Taylor, here's your sound coming up.
That is quite clearly John McEnroe trying his new racket out on the head of the umpire.
First applause from the audience, so that has 3 marks.
What a memory you've got, Tim.
Barry Cryer, here's yours. Come here.
Barbara Streisand with hay fever. Or the start of the Observer round the world oil rig race.
And a ripple of applause there, but only 1 mark. So that gives Willie and Tim 4 marks, and Barry and Graeme 3 marks. How exciting. Now, this is the point where I give the teams advance warning of the late arrivals that they'll be announcing later on in the programme. And this week we'll be asking to do the late arrivals for the Criminals' Ball. Late arrivals for the Criminals' Ball. Now we have the game called Paranoia. And in this game the rules are rather complicated, so listen very carefully. Team A decides that there is something wrong with Team B, and Team B have to guess what is wrong with themselves by asking questions. Team A reply in a manner appropriate to Team B's affliction. And the aim is to make the members of Team B paranoid and to leave the studio twitching. Now, first of all, those who are afflicted are going to be Barry and Graeme, so you have to interrogate Tim and Willie as to what is wrong with you. And incidentally, our studio audience here will be informed as to what is wrong with Barry and Graeme, and here's a voice to tell you at home.
Graeme and Barry are John McEnroe.
Okay, Barry and Graeme, start interrogating, please.
What's wrong with us?
Well, you see, you've got to sort it out. I mean, we can't sort it out for
We're
you.
in a state of some confusion, are we? Schizophrenic? In a strange way. Well, you left me in 2 minds about that.
Well, I know you have your point of view, but I think you can, don't push it.
Is this a joint point of view or Barry's point of view?
Really, another thing. There's only one of you.
There's only one of
thing after the event and something else during it.
There is only one of us.
We are one.
Well, that throws the scoring system out for a start.
Right. Graeme and I are one. This is not a proposal.
Speak for yourself.
We are
one person.
Look, there's no
suffering...
point in getting upset about it now. Just cool, for your own sake, just cool down.
Short-tempered. Irritable.
Well, sure.
Thank you for that unsolicited applause.
Wimbledon.
You were appearing in Wimbledon.
We are John McEnroe. Yes.
Good heavens, you took ages on that one, didn't you? So we can only give you 8 marks for that.
Several.
Now,
New balls,
the sufferers are now Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor, who are going to ask Barry and Graeme what's wrong with them. Meanwhile, our studio audience is being informed, and so will you be at home by the voice.
Willie and Tim are paranoid.
Okay, well now, Willie and Tim, you have to interrogate Barry and Graeme to see what's wrong with you. Start away.
Do we both suffer from this paranoia?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I didn't hear the answer.
Stop while we're ahead.
Was the answer yes or no?
Yes.
Have we ever appeared on page 3 of the Sun?
Your secret is safe with us if you have.
We both
Think we're someone.
Siamese twins? No.
No.
We both think we're one person.
Let me remind you, your first question was, do we both suffer from this paranoia? And the audience applauded. And I only said that so that the chairman could get a bit of applause.
You demonstrate you were listening better than we were.
Are we both paranoid that we're playing paranoia?
We'll give him that, haven't we?
Oh, we better give him that, yes.
You give him that.
Yes, the answer is that you are paranoid. And you got that, if we discount all that fooling about afterwards, you got that in about 2 seconds. So I can give you 6 marks for that one. And we go on to the section of the program which is called opera, and this is the serious part. It's a musical round. I want you to sing a snatch of grand opera in turn from a selected passage accompanied by, of course, Colin at the piano. And you're going to sing in duet. Tim and Willie, you're going to sing first, and your little bit of opera is set to the libretto of The Rules of Hunt the Thimble.
Well, in fact, this is a little-known version of Hunt the Thimble that came out in a later century. It's called How Green You Are, and it's a singing variation of Hunt the Thimble. How
I'm
green
glad you
are.
told me.
Right. Maestro.
I'm just tuning up, sorry.
Would you like to start?
Yes, how green you are.
A singing variation of Hunt the Thimble.
When the seeker comes in to look for the thimble.
When the seeker comes in to look for the thimble.
I just sung that.
I know.
Oh.
The children sing over and over again.
How green you are.
How green you are.
How green you are.
How green you are.
The volume of noise increasing.
Or decreasing as the seeker gets nearer to or moves away from the thimble. How green you are.
Well, the audience applauded for 25 seconds, which gains you 4 marks.
Pretty
Graeme and Barry, you have to do the singing now.
Sounds fun.
Your libretto is the ticket for today's show.
Come to a show.
See the stars.
Come to a show.
See the stars. You can get a free ticket for many popular radio shows. Write to BBC Ticket Unit, Broadcasting House, W1A for www. Enclosing a stamped addressed envelope. Many comedies, quizzes, panel games and musical programs are recorded with a studio audience. Most of them take place in the evenings. Some at lunchtime. Oh, eat One more time. Remember that Metropolitan line playing.
With that ovation, that puts Barry and Graeme in the lead, and we move on to our next round. I'm going to ask you all to give me a few wise old sayings. It's as simple as that. I don't know whether to start with the wisest or the oldest. Barry Cryer.
Start with the oldest, yes. Wet change means warm barmaid. My mother always used to say that. We never knew what she meant. You want another one? Or are we going round?
Well, do you have another one?
There's no answer to that. A midget in a nudist camp is no man's friend.
Okay, Willie?
There's a certain truth in this which may eliminate me from the contest. A knee in the groin is worth 2 on the hassock.
Not eliminated, just suspended.
The watermelon has more seeds than the dead gerbil.
Graeme?
There's a fairy going here.
Oh, here's another one.
Sorry, never tell the weight of your hat to a Christian Scientist.
Graeme?
Well, yes, I've collected these from all over the country. A real one I heard down in Cornwall was, if you can see the Scilly Isles, it's going to rain. If you can't see them, it's raining. There's a popular one in Oxfordshire, where I live, which is, horses lay, drink all day. Horses fight, drink all night. Horses roam, sod off out. And a gem from the northeast. You cannot get a word out of a haddock on a Saturday afternoon, and you're wasting your time the rest of the week as well.
Well, I've been getting them from all over the country, mainly from John Junkin, actually. One of them I like especially was, if it's red at night, Hendon's on fire. And if it's red in the morning, Hendon's still on fire and the firemen are out on strike. From Australia, actually, because I've actually combed the world for these, because it's spare no expense for this programme. Yeah. From Australia, a bird in the bush is fair bonza.
Combed the bush, too, have you?
Barry, do you have another one?
There's attention to
I
detail.
haven't combed the world. I brushed Willesden for this. My uncle Betty used to live in Willesden Lane, and he always used to say, and my God, I've never forgotten this, he used to say, you'll never see a vol au vent in a knacker's yard. And you know I never have.
Well, at the end of that round, Graeme and Tim have 12, and Willie and Barry have 14. And now we're going to play sound charades. Using only the immense versatility of their voices, each team will in turn give us a charade of a play, film, book, or whatever. The other team will then have to guess what it is, or why they bothered to do it in the first place. And as usual, we have our hard-working computer in action for this number, which will tell the studio audience what the charade is about, and our voice is going to tell you at home. Tim and Willie are going to do the first charade, and here it is going up for the audience, and for you at home, the voice.
I am Curious Yellow.
Right. Now, Tim and Willie, I'm going to ask you to tell them whether it's a play, film, book, or whatever.
It's a film, and it's got 4 words. And we're going to do them all together. Hurrah, 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 what's all this then?
It's a fair cop, Gov. Oh, actually, when I say fair cop, I don't actually mean that.
Hurrah, 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 what's all this then? Ha!
Vaguely Nipponese, isn't it?
Mm.
Town like Alice, which has nothing to do with anything.
That's a town like Aris in Chinese.
Japanese law.
Policeman?
Not so much Japanese, I got
Chinese.
Ah.
Policeman.
Charlie Chan.
We've misled you here, really.
Chinese police.
Yeah,
it's a
an
fair
arrest,
cop.
a Chinese arrest, or arrest.
Yeah.
A recent film.
No.
No.
Very old.
Not so...
But it lives on video, I think, in many disgusting homes.
The audience, any ideas? In chalk.
Oh, I am Curious Yellow.
Right.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, 10 marks for that, Graeme. That was inspired. Now, Barry and Graeme are going to do their charade, and Tim and Willie are going to guess it. Meanwhile, the audience here will be told what it is, and so will you at home.
Ordinary people.
Barry and Graeme, will you tell them whether it's going to be a film, a book, or what?
Film.
A
Film. 2 words.
2 words.
2 words.
And we do it all at once.
Right. Hello, Reg.
How you going, Jeff?
Well, I'm all right. You?
Mustn't grumble, you know.
No.
No, stroll on.
Yeah. See you.
Cheers, Jeff.
See you, bud.
Is that it?
That's it.
That's
yes,
it.
That's
Oh,
it.
that was riveting.
Have you ever filmed the memoirs of Fred Mully?
He's Fred Murray in China, you know.
Fred Mully.
Let me just tell the audience that if the guessing team gets warm and near to it, you're allowed to encourage them with some applause.
Hysteria.
I say if they get near to it. Nobody has yet.
Is it 2 words?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought I'd get some applause on that.
It's still 2 words.
It's Reg and Jeff, mainly.
They were pretty boring, too, weren't they?
Yes.
Starbores.
I think these are going to be extremely ordinary people.
Yeah, I think I can give you 11 for that, Tim. 11. And now it's your turn to do a charade again. It's going up on the board for the audience here, and here it is for you at home, Tim and Willie's charade.
The Chinese detective.
Now, it's for you to act your charade, Tim and Willie. Will you tell them if it's a film, a book, or what?
It's a television series,
Ah.
and it's got 3 words, and we're going to do them all at once. And I shall start. Hello, hello. Hello. What's all this, then? I am a little curious about the colour of the Lois.
Oh, it's all jaundice colour.
Would you say it was a buttercup?
Oh, buttercup, ha-ha, if you like.
Is that it?
That's it, is it? Yellow Rolls Royce was a film, not a television series, wasn't it?
Does the word yellow appear in the title of this television programme?
No.
No.
Or more strictly, no, it doesn't at all.
No, it doesn't at all.
Right. Something yellow appears in the title.
If you're a racialist, yes.
Surely you're not so pedestrian as to be doing the Chinese detective.
I don't think pedestrian at all. I thought it was a very good series.
Chinese pedestrian would be better.
Chinese pedestrian.
16 marks then for you, Graeme. And it's going to be your turn to do the last of our charades here. So let's have our audience in here informed, and also you at home.
Superman 2.
So everybody knows Barry and Graham's charade, except, of course, Tim and Willie, who have to find out what it is. But they would like, first of all, to know if it's a play, a film, or a book, or a play, or a what.
Film, 2 words.
2 words.
Look, I'm sorry, but this phone box is already in use.
Superman 2.
Fools to ourselves.
And that gives you, Tim and Willie, 24 marks. And the situation is, at the moment, that both teams have amassed a formidable array of marks. And we go on to a round called limericks. I'm going to ask you to make up some limericks that are suitable for broadcasting. And so this is going to be a pretty short round. And I'll give you the first line of the limericks in turn, and you take one line each. And we'll start with you, Willie Rushton. Here's your first line. A young man from near Milton Keynes
Was into some strange, kinky scenes.
Oh, dear.
He'd stand on his head.
Take a French loaf of bread.
I think we all know what that means.
Well, you all narrowly missed being disqualified entirely after that one, but I'll give you, Barry, a mark or two for finishing that one off. And it's going to be your turn to follow up this line. There was a droll fellow called Crier.
Who set his best trousers on fire.
As the flames reached his crack.
Which he didn't like much.
His voice grew higher and higher.
2 marks there for Tim for rounding that one off. Graeme, it's your turn to follow up now. Your opening line. There was a young lady from Penge.
Penge?
There was a young lady from Penge who had a day out with some friends.
Fringe, she was given some fluid.
By a randy old druid.
And now she's a toast of Stonehenge.
Willie Rushton gets a couple of marks there. Isn't that boring? Everybody's getting the same number of marks. Right. And now, Tim, here's a particularly inspiring first line for you to follow up. A brilliant young chairman called Humph.
Ooh. Hump. Who was always surrounded by bump.
Kicked his legs in the air.
Ran a comb through his hair.
Which for him was a major triumph.
Wordsmith.
And that loses you 7 marks. Personal remarks. And it's level pegging. And now we reach the stage where I sit back, because I'm going to ask you all teams, either in turn or all together, to announce your late arrivals for the Criminals' Ball. Anyone can start, anyone can finish.
International flavours, the ball this week. We have the Greek blues singer, Grivas Bodidley Harm.
And the Chinese detective. Our Salt. Diddly Dipper.
Be welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Plifting. And their son, Shaw Plifting.
A military group coming in now, please. Will you welcome majority verdict, who demands corporal punishment for an offence against private property.
Good heavens, there's that famous con man and conjurer, Ali Bai. I wonder how much his one's worth.
The band's arrived. Rob Berry with violins.
The singers will be Jemmy Craven, Kate Ambush and Killer Black. With his worm, Wood Scrubs. Oh, he's got some strange ways.
And all the way from Sweden, the Knee family, Lars Knee. And his daughter Betty Lars Knee. And his grandmother Grand Lars Knee.
Just joining the band, our pianist who does a lot of prison concerts, Colin Sell. With his girlfriend, Ida Entikit.
There's Dick Turpin with his friend from Golders Green, Oy Vey Robbery.
Oh, there's Ronnie B. Oh, he's gone. Oh, he's left his friend there, Whistler's Mugger.
Mr. and Mrs. warn you that anything you may say will be taken down and used in evidence against you. And their son, Amos, warn you. Anything you may say. Mr. Sentence and his tiny mother, the mini-mum Sentence.
Not forgetting Mr. and Mrs. Ongat Wylite and their judicial son, Justice Ongat Wylite. When the lights are low.
Well, judge for yourself.
Before I close the show, Willie, can we hear from you once again?
No.
I think people at home might be getting worried.
No, I've gone home.
Well, this is the point in the programme.
Also from Golders Green, Mr. and Mrs. Ittery Confinement and their son, Sol Ittery Confinement. Thank you. Thank you, the Golders Green group.
Well, with Tim and Willie on the point of overtaking Graeme and Barry, this is where, unfortunately, time has caught us up and we have to leave you now. So until next time, join us again. And goodbye from all of us.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the programme, of which it's been said that if all the good jokes were laid end to end, they would reach the end of my desk. Here, laid end to end, are the two teams, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. This week we're going to start with the first game, which is the one that's called Good News, Bad News. And someone whom I'm about to nominate will start with some good news, and then, as you all know by now, the next person gives us the bad news, and so on and so on. And when I think they've reached a witty conclusion, I will press my buzzer. We're going to start now with Graeme Garden. Will you give us some good news, please?
Yes, good news. I've just bought a metro.
Bad news, it's full of Frenchmen.
Good news, they're all stuffed in the boot. Bad news, that's why they call it the hatchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, Willie. Right, Willie gets the marks that time, and we go on now with Tim. You start.
Good news, we're having Barbara Cartland for dinner.
Bad news is the main course. Good news, I'm a vegetarian. Suddenly.
Bad news, she always was a bit of a nut.
Good news, we're having Margaret Thatcher for afters.
Bad news, I can't stand cabinet pudding.
Well done, Barry. It's you to start the next one.
Rupert Murdoch's taken over the BBC. Good news.
Oh, good news.
Better, yeah.
Bad news. There'll be tits on Radio 3.
Good news, so what's new?
Bad news, there'll be bums on Radio 4.
Good news, so what's new?
Bad news, Jimmy Young will still be on Radio 2.
Good news, though, he will be topless.
Bad news, only from the eyebrows upwards.
Good news. Good news. Rupert's given Esther Ranson something to get her teeth into.
A camel.
No? Bad news, a glass of water.
Good news, Rupert Murdoch will also be putting on the 9 o'clock nudes.
Bad news, fronted by Patrick Moore.
Well, that means 2 points to Tim and Willie and only 1 to Barry Cryer. And we go on to the point where I give the teams advance warning of the late arrivals that they'll be introducing later on in the programme. And this week we'll be asking them for the late arrivals at the Hollywood Ball, teams. The Hollywood Ball.
Oh, good.
Right. Now, the next one is a thing called Censored Songs, the one that we've done before, and it's proved extremely popular from a great number of people who couldn't be here tonight. And in this one, I'm going to ask each of you to sing a song, and during the song, it'll be your task to censor, by means of a buzzer, any words that you consider may outrage public decency or frighten the horses. Now, this time, teams, I want you both to censor a medley of nursery rhymes. Censor a medley of nursery rhymes, and we'll start with you as your... in the lead, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
3 blind mice, see how they all ran after the farmer's wife, who cut off their with a carving. You ever seen such a thing in your life as 3 mice? Take it away, Tim.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to...
Tom the piper's son, a pig in a way did run. The Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He pushed them up to the top of the hill and he pushed them down again. And when they went up, they went up. And when they went down, they went down. And when they were only halfway up, they went up and down.
Well, that medley gathered you no less than 13 marks. And we go over now for your medley, Barry and Graeme.
Girls and boys come out to the moon doth shine as bright as day. Leave your supper and leave your sleep and your playfellows down the street. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been up to London to look at the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you there? I... under her chair. Yankee Doodle went to London riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his and called it macaroni. Goosey, goosey gander, where shall I wander? Upstairs, downstairs, in my lady's chamber. There I met an old man who wouldn't say his prayers. I took him by the and threw him down the stairs.
And I have to tell those of you listening at home that when Graeme approached the words, "Look at the Queen," 4 beefeaters took a pace forward. But they weren't needed, luckily. That, Barry and Graeme, scores you 13 marks.
Oh.
And puts you ahead. And we now go on to a round called Famous First Words. I'd like you to give us, teams, some first words that might have been said by some famous people. And who wants to start? Barry, you want to start.
Member of the audience.
Tim does.
Tim, you
wants to start.
I'll assume that they're clever dicks, so their first words come at birth. And the first one is Mary Whitehouse, who says, "How disgusting, I shouldn't be allowed to see something like this at my age."
At a similar moment, Mrs. Thatcher screamed, "No U-turns!"
Magnus Magnusson cried, "I've started, so I'll finish."
Larry Grayson, on receiving his first doll, seems like a nice toy.
Orson Welles didn't speak until much later, until he had his first meal, when he said, "Probably the best strained prunes in the world."
Hercule Poirot said, "I know who did it."
And Eddie Waring said, "Well, I'm for the early
Not a famous person, but a famous remark by more than one person. The triplets born to the wife of P.C. Reg Garbutt of Penge emerged saying, "Hello, hello, hello." Cyril Smith, "Go on then, nurse, pick me up."
At the end of that round, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to believe this, but both teams have 13 marks. And we go on... We go on to that popular round, the ad-lib poem. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they're going to continue with it until I buzz, which will sound like that, and the next person will continue, and we go on from there until I believe that the poem has reached a fine and conclusive artistic end, and then I'll award 13 marks to whoever deserves them. And we're going to start with this line, and I'm going to ask you, Graeme Garden, to pick up on, "My love is like a red, red nose. She glistens in the dark."
My love is like a red, red nose. She glistens in the dark. Her ears light up and turn bright green. It really is a lark. Last night, as I escorted her back homewards to her abode,
I said, "What have you in your flat? A revolving commode?" She said, "How did you guess?" I had one made of pine.
She said, "Never mind. Let's go round together, you, my love of mine." And so we mounted the commode and span and span and span until the dawn crept o'er the trees. And there was a great big man. He said, "And who are you, my lad, upon my wife's commode?"
At which the ladder broke and he fell into the road. So my love and I continued spinning round and round.
we laughed with glee and kicked our heels and made a joyful sound. We paused for just a moment to consume a plate of mince, and then we both got on again and been going around together ever since.
Right, here's an appropriate round. This one is called Backwards, and it's the situation in which, before the programme, each of our panellists recorded a song. Out of consideration for our studio audience and those of you listening at home, we're now going to play the songs backwards. And members of the other team have to guess what it is. And the first one who says it's a song sung backwards will get docked 10 points. We're now going to start with Graeme Garden. That was Graeme's song backwards.
That well-known Swedish melody.
Bjorn Borg is one of them.
My old man said follow the van, and then reversed.
We're all
Colin
looking at
Sell's
Colin.
being consulted.
Could
It's
you
the
give
only
us just
person who knows
one
that.
tiny little clue?
What is it?
What's it called?
It's called...
Nil.
It begins with F.
They all say
You're talking musically, or...
Yes.
I don't think you're going to get it, are you?
Begins with F and ends in Alling in Love.
No, I don't think...
no, we're not going to get it yet.
I don't think you're going to get it. So, Graeme, you'd better tell them what it is.
It's Falling in Love with Love.
Right, well, Graeme and Barry, that puts you so far in the lead in this round, but we now have a song sung backwards by Tim Brooke-Taylor. Better that way around.
Snub me off it.
I enjoy being a girl.
Sorry,
I should concentrate on the programme.
That was Rolyat Ekob Mit singing.
Very badly.
Yeah, 1 mark for that.
Very
Can you
bad.
Can you say what title it was?
If you knew Susie, she could tell us, but we don't.
We don't.
Any ideas,
It's a
Barry?
comic song, a music hall song, wasn't it?
No,
Oh.
but very close. It is a song. Although you won't
That's where you misled us, you see.
What'll I do?
I don't know.
I think it's only fair that you should have a clue too. Tim, can you give them a small clue?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll play.
Anybody in the audience, any
Shall I
ideas?
play it to them the right way round?
We better hear it the right way round and see
And
what
we still won't know.
If I invite a boy some night, I'm planted and happy. I just adore he's asking for more, but my heart belongs to Daddy. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy, so I simply couldn't be bad. Yes, my heart belongs to Daddy. Da 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 da.
That was we have
My
an
Yiddish
objection.
mama.
It's now time to hear Barry's backward song.
Squashy was the lesson of because Nina Fabs, Miss Morsina, left in us for Shabby Act and Waterloo. Foxy Famino, we all class, the Wonder of Famino.
I thought for a while it was a rear view of Waltzing Matilda, but it warmed up later. I've been down.
Sounds very similar backwards. That's the clue.
Any old iron?
Someone in the audience knows what it is.
Well, tell us.
Yeah, let's open this one up for the audience. Lady over there. Oh, what a mouth, not... Yeah, oh, what a mouth.
You win
Can
the
we hear it?
tattoo
We'll see
voucher,
if-
madam.
We'll see if you're right, madam, in which case you'll leap into the lead.
What a mouth, what a northern sound. Well, the Coleman came and shot Solly Feller in his old Jim's mouth, then he took it to the cellar, so he shot the lot right into his mouth, no joke. Now Jim poor soul's got a belly full of coal, and he coughs up lumps of coke. Great lumps of coke.
Excellent. Okay, Willie Rushton, we're going to hear your song backwards
I
first.
think you'll enjoy this, Humph.
No, she's out of bed again.
That was not the soundtrack of a film on mating rhinoceroses. It was Willie Rushton's...
Did you know that rhinoceros horn is an aphrodisiac, Humph? The only trouble is it gives you a tendency to charge Land Rovers.
Yeah, I think that's worth a mark. Now then, Barry and Graeme, to keep that mark, you've got to guess that tune.
It's the dentist's anthem. I saw you last night and got that gold filling. Or I saw you last night and got that old feeling.
It isn't that.
No. And you lose the mark for having to explain the joke.
The story of my life.
Can we have a clue?
Well, I think
Give us
we'll
a
open
clue,
this one up to the audience, not with the greatest amount of confidence.
I think if anybody at home might know.
They could ring up.
They can't, they're recorded.
Well, to find out if anybody either here or at home, let's hear it played forward.
Cigarette holder, which wigs me over her shoulder, she takes me a cat that's setting down.
Right, well, I think we'll pass that one to the audience. Does anybody know what that tune was? I told you a couple of weeks ago that we were going to, each week to have a member of the team contribute a game, and this time it's Barry Cryer. So, Barry, will you give us the rules of your game, please?
The rules of the game are, in fact, that we have a bit of tape from some famous speech or utterance by some famous person, and it just stops. And we have to conclude it, or say the line that followed.
So, if I may interpret that, roughly speaking...
In English.
Teams, you're asked by Barry to provide the end line to some famous speeches that, as luck would have it, we do have here in the studio.
It's what happened next, isn't it? Is that what it is?
Indeed.
It's what happened next.
How true, how true.
The old game, what happened next.
What happened next?
That's right.
Not his game at
And
all.
for the benefit of those of you hearing the speeches at home, with one exception, I'll identify the speaker for you, just so that you will know who it is. And Willie Rushton, you're going to do the first one, and I'd like you to conclude this speech by Mr. Harold Macmillan.
Wind of change is blowing through this continent. And whether we like it or not...
Oh, I never had it so bad.
Right, Willie? Barry, as this is your game, especially, we're not, and nobody needs to have this voice identified for you. This is for you to finish, Barry.
Ohne Blutopfer ist es uns gelungen, das große Reich des deutschen Volkes endlich aufzurichten.
Allemagne, un point. And it was Robert Maxwell, Humphrey, identified the voice.
Okay. And if any of you at home didn't recognize that voice, send us a postcard. Here's a speech, Tim, for you to finish. It's by the late Hugh Gaitskell.
But there are some of us, I think many of us, who will not accept that this blow need be mortal, who will not believe that such an end is inevitable. There are some of us, Mr. Chairman, who will fight and fight and fight again. Repetition.
Yes, I'll allow that.
Or is that the wrong game?
And we go back to Willie. And Willie, here's a speech for you to conclude by Mr. Nixon.
Eh bien, je suis...
Hold everything.
I know he was two-faced, but that's...
My mistake. Right, Graeme, now here's a speech for you to conclude by General de Gaulle.
Eh bien, je suis le responsable suprême. C'est moi qui porte le destin du pays. Tous les soldats français doivent donc m'obéir. Et je crois qu'ils le feront, parce que je les connais, je les estime, je les aime.
And perhaps some sauteed potatoes, a little...
Okay, it's back to you, Willie. Here's a speech for you to conclude now, and the speaker is Richard Nixon.
Oh.
One other thing I probably should tell you, because if I don't, they'll probably be saying this about me, too. We did get something, a gift, after the election. A man down in Texas heard Pat in the radio mention the fact that our two youngsters would like to have a dog. And believe it or not, the day before we left on this campaign trip, we got a message from the Union Station in Baltimore saying they had a package for us. We went down to get it. You know what it was?
A rabid Doberman Pinscher.
Okay, thank you, Willie. Now, Barry, here's another one for you, and this speech is prefaced by a cloud of pipe smoke. It's by Harold Wilson.
Tonight, we must face a new situation. First, what this means. From now on, the pound abroad is worth 14% or so less in terms of other currencies. That doesn't mean, of course, that the pound here in Britain, in your pocket or purse or in your bank, has been devalued.
It's when you take it out the trouble starts. The
Yeah,
pound
that's
as
the
well.
wittiest one so far, I think, Barry.
Oh, silver tongue.
It's written into
There's
your rules, isn't it?
There's 13 marks going here. See whether you can get them, Tim, with this speech here, which is once again by Richard Nixon.
For the fact that alleged improper actions took place within the White House or within my campaign organization, the easiest course would be for me to blame those to whom I delegated the responsibility.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
13-pointer.
Thank you, Tim. Now, that leaves you, Graeme Garden, here, and a flash of teeth now, and a speech by Edward Heath.
Tonight, as the campaign draws to its close, there is just one choice which should be in all your minds, one decision for you all to make.
On BBC Two, another chance to see the two Ronnies, while here on One, the Magic Roundabout.
Well, Tim and Willie, at the end of that game, lead Barry and Graeme by 13 marks, and we go on to our next game, which is a game called Wobbling Bunnies. It's a familiar party game to most of you listening, and let me tell you... Oh, wait a minute. No, time's run out. We shan't have time for that one. So we'll go on to your late arrivals, and this is the point where I ask you to announce your late arrivals for the Hollywood Ball. Anybody want to
It's
start?
very helpful people who run a film library. They're called the Lent Movies, and their son Cy Lent Movies. I'm from Torquay, following on from silent movies. From Torquay, Mr. and Mrs. Ruinous, and their son Will, known as Torquay's Will Ruinous.
Very good. Social comment in there somewhere.
Very welcome, please. Mr. and Mrs. to the centre of the earth, and their daughter Jenny to the centre of the earth.
I'm from Sweden.
Oh, not him.
A helpful fellow, yes. Mr. and Mrs. he come home, and their son Lars, he come home.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Bjorn Free.
My butler is here, Green, hence the film Huey Green is my valet.
Mr. Scope and his naughty mother. Cinema Scope.
Oh, good old Jimmy Cagney with two friends, Luke, Ma, top of the world, and Hugh Dirty Rat. Oh, it's time for the party piece. Frank Sinatra's going to sing a song, Fred Astaire's going to dance, and Christopher Lee's going to strangle a waiter.
Mr. and Mrs. Society, and, she's had too much to drink again, their daughter, the High Society. Oh, thank you.
Oh, could you pass that plate again, Sam? I want to pass it over to Mae West and her frog. Kermit and Seamus sometime.
That was excellent, though. Really excellent.
For me.
Well, I always like to end the show on a high spot, so carry on.
Oh, here's an interesting young lady, Hump. She was named after Laurence Olivier, Robert Newton, and John Travolta. Yes, it's the lovely Miss Lawrence Robert John. And her anti-climax.
With Rhoda to Morocco.
There's Elephant Man. She was born in a trunk, you know.
Till next week, goodbye from all of us.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme produced by Jeffrey Perkins. Antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. And I'm delighted to say that we have a new panellist today, so we may hear one or two new jokes. So please give a big warm welcome to... No, let's first give the usual half-hearted welcome to Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden. And now a special big half-hearted welcome to Denise Coffey, who is partnering Willie Rushton.
Oh, all to myself. Louder.
And we go to round one, which is the game called Double Feature. And this one starts with the premise that the international film industry is in the doldrums, and for economic reasons, new films have to be remakes of pairs of old films. I want you to hear the resulting titles, and I shall award a point or two. Denise.
I hear they're remaking Two for the Seesaw, Hamlet, Burke and Hare, Blood and Sand, Goodbye Mr. Chips and the Deer Hunter, and it's going to be called Two Hamburg Hare Sand Chips, dear.
And now you're in the lead. Barry.
This is a new venture, a conglomerate, Humph. It's Roger Moore and Brooke Shields in a combination of Pinocchio, GI Blues and Tip on a Dead Jockey, and it's called Brook Bond PG Tips.
Very good, Barry. You're in the lead now. And Willie, how about yours?
It's quite an interesting combination. It's Lay Girls, Emmanuel Part 2, Valley of the Dolls, Tell 'em Willie Boy was here, and it's the story of my life.
Anybody want to try for a bonus mark?
How about Tom Brown's School Days, Merry Wives of Windsor and Superman, and Brown Windsor Soup?
I heard they're doing I'll Cry Tomorrow, Godzilla, Dirty Harry, Fire Over England, the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, and Jaws. They're going to call it Cry God for Harry, England and St. George.
Oh! I got Clash of the Titans and War with the Newts, which is titled a newt.
Okay. Well, with Willie Rushton well in the lead now, after the first round, this is where I warn the teams that at the end of the programme I'm going to ask them to make the introductions to late arrivals at the Explorers' Ball. The Explorers' Ball. Right, we have a game now called Musical Links. I'm going to play the team some pieces of music with some accompanying sound effects, and I want them to tell me what the connection is between them. And we're going to start with you, Willie Rushton, since you're so far in the lead, give you a chance to pull back a bit. And here is your music and your sound effect.
It's a bridge over troubled warthog.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. And you have full marks out of 10. 4. Graeme Garden, here's yours.
That was Dick Burton, sloshed again.
Yeah, I'll give you 2 marks for that, Graeme.
Wonderful.
Barry, here's an interesting one for you, because I want you to connect this with this.
One was played by a pianist.
Oh!
Beckstein asked me to announce this piano is a Steinway.
Which one was played by a pianist?
The one on the left.
Absolutely right, Barry. I think you can have 5 marks for that.
Thank you.
And Denise, here's your bit of music.
Really, speaking as a medical man, I'd say that was a rather nasty attack of guitar.
Well, please yourself.
Sounded like a riot in Trumpton, didn't it?
I thought it was Segovia carpet. I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, we go on now to our ad-lib poem, a very popular one. I give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I press the buzzer, which goes like this, and then the next person continues. And to keep us going now, I'm going to start with a line which is going to go straight to Willie Rushton. And I rather hope you don't reach a fine artistic conclusion too early in this one, Willie, because at that point, of course, I shall press the buzzer and award prize-winning marks. I know a lady passing fair. There is no one to match her.
She is approximately 6'9". One must admire her stature.
Oh.
I've had a place in my heart for women of size since I was 41.
Place in your heart for what?
What?
Women of that size.
Of that size.
Since I was 41.
Yes.
I'll tell you all about them. Now that I've begun. There was a girl called Penelope. Or perhaps Penelope. I never really found out because she was too high for me. And when she spoke, my ear was placed... Well, that's all for now, listeners. She spoke.
Carry on, Graeme.
My ear was placed to her abdominal wall.
Good luck, Denise.
If she had been 8'3", I wouldn't have heard anything at all. I'd like to change the subject now. I feel they're getting tense.
So I'm going to give you a reading from something I saw in the Gents.
50 bonus marks for getting us out of deep trouble there. We're going to play the game called Sound Charades. And the teams will, in turn, give us the charade of a play, film, book, or whatever, and the other team have to guess what it is. We, as regular listeners to the program will know, have a computer in the studio here which flashes up the answer for the members of the audience. Meanwhile, there'll be a voice to tell you at home what it is. And the first charade is going to be by Graeme and Barry.
Altered states.
Right. Graeme and Barry, would you tell Denise and Willie, first of all, whether it's a book or a film or what?
Oh, it's a film.
And we'll do it
Two words.
It's 2 words, and we'll do it all in one.
Right.
Where you go, then?
What you got there, Harry?
Well, it's Texas here. I think it should that should be Idaho now.
All right, make that
What about
Idaho.
Oklahoma? Where do we...
Oklahoma could be Texas.
And we could shift California up eastward.
Well, Minnesota we could
California,
make
do a direct
California.
switch, yeah.
What I got here? I got...
Florida?
Florida, yeah. What we do with Florida? We make that Oregon?
Oregon, why not?
Oregon,
Yes.
why not? We'll do that.
Why not? Florida.
We'll keep
Oregon.
talking like this and trail off, really.
Yeah.
Do you want to say it or shall I?
Should we say it in unison?
Oh,
Yes.
cocky.
Altered state.
Oh, too easy.
Denise and Willie got that one in about 6 seconds. So now we'll see how Graeme and Barry can do, because Denise and Willie, it's your time to do a charade. It's going up on our board here, and here it is for you listening at home.
Duet for one.
Right, Denise and Willie, will you tell them whether it's a film or a book or what, and how many words?
It's a stage play.
And it has 3 words.
Exactly.
And what are we going to do?
Right, will you do your charade?
Right. When I'm calling you...
I'm sorry, there's nobody here at the moment.
Will you
Is this the
answer
first word of the whole thing, or what
The
is
whole thing. I don't interrupt.
Oh, right.
Oh, we're doing
There
that
she is,
now.
singing in H flat, and you're going...
Exactly.
Denise, will you start again?
I will. This is the whole time.
Whole thing, though.
Here we go. When I'm calling you...
I'm sorry, there's nobody here at the moment.
Will you answer too?
Could you please speak after the bleep?
I don't think the audience have got it either. And they can see it.
Yes. Call, telephone calls. It's not the postman always rings twice, is it?
No, that's 3 stretched words. Is call anywhere?
No.
No. Ring.
Ring.
No. Phone.
Answer.
None of those letters, even.
No.
You would just start stabbing in the dark, Barry. The mousetrap? No.
Close. Very close. All right, so you don't like my singing? That's fine.
3.
The tune they were singing is of some importance.
Yes. What was that?
Rosemary.
Indian love call.
Indian love call.
Indian love call. Out. Indian out.
Think of Nelson Eddy and Jeanette MacDonald. Because you can't think of anything. I will think upon
Well,
them for a
just
while
eating.
while you're filling in time. What fun they were.
When they were
Duet for one. And about 10 minutes, that was it.
You took about 8 seconds on that one. So I'm afraid you only get 8 marks. And you're going to do another charade now, Graeme and Barry. So for the audience, here it is on the board, and for you at home, here it is.
Pattern.
Okay, tell them first whether it's a book or a film.
Film.
How many words?
One.
One word.
And we're doing it.
Starts with a sound effect.
What are you doing, Vernon?
I'm knitting.
Well, I can see that, love. I mean, it's nice, isn't it?
It is,
Pattern's coming along nice there.
Knit one. I'm just purling one now.
Oh, I like the way you're turning the elbow
So
there.
don't talk to me while I'm casting off.
All right. Oh, it's nice, though.
Yes. Good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a sort of theme, hasn't it?
I got it
there?
out in the magazine.
Yeah. Is it for Ralph?
Cosmopolitan.
Ralph, is it for...
No.
Who likes cardies? He likes his cardie, Ralph, doesn't
Yeah.
he? Likes that. Likes a bit of woolly. It's nice, that. Very nice.
Well, that's quite enough of that.
Right.
Got enough of that acting.
And Willie.
There was a film with Alec Guinness called The Cardi. Or it could be Tell 'em Woolly Boy was here.
Or jumpers. It could be
Yeah,
jumpers.
jumpers.
Yes, jumpers. No? No?
It's a flim.
The flim. Oh, knitting.
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 Pearl 1, drop 1. Tora, that's Pearl Harbor, drop 1.
You were getting fairly close with the knitting.
Germaine to the Greer.
It's a down under film, is it?
No, not in any way, no.
Quite clean.
Oh, dear.
Let me just tell you that the ghastly pun is at the basis of this.
Ghastly pun. There's a knitting pattern they're discussing.
Patterns, knitting patterns.
Pattern? It's a different pattern.
Pattern, George C. Scott. Well
Yes.
Wonderful.
I'm in a bit of a dilemma now because Willie Rushton got the wrong answer in 3 seconds, which is a lot better than getting the right answer in 5 minutes. So I'll give you 4 marks.
Thank you.
And I'll ask you to do another charade now, which is going up on the board, and here for you at home is the voice to tell you.
Private Benjamin.
Right, will you tell Barry and Graeme whether it's a film or a book?
It's a film and a television series, I think, isn't it, in America?
Is it? I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
a sophisticated remark. So think of it as a film.
How many words?
2. And we're doing it all at once. Havana Gila.
No, thanks. We've just had one. We are not amused, Mr. Prime Minister, but we have a question to ask you.
All
May
right
we-
already, Your Majesty.
Thank you. May we in future address you by your first name?
Not in public, Ducky.
That's it.
2 words.
Yes. Did you like the David Coppola?
In this context, yes.
It's an easy one. Private Benjamin.
Oh,
And 7 marks there to Graeme Garden for that
Right,
one.
right.
As we go on to the next game called Well-Known Plots. And in this, I want each team member to summarise the plot of a play, book, or whatever that I shall ask them to select themselves. And I want them to do their summaries in 15 seconds. So I have the stopwatch at the ready. And we're going to start with you, Willie Rushton. What do you want to summarise?
I had a 15-second The Two Ronnies. It goes roughly, Good evening, a Leicestershire man joke, a Sunthorpe woman with huge knockers joke, etc. Sketch, you're very small, you're very fat. Monologue, I am breeding from the belly prompter with a humorous speech defect. Good evening. Here are the Manhattan Transfer. Boop, 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 boop. Good evening. I'm sitting in a chair. When I say I'm sitting in a chair, then part 5 of a tedious serial by Gerald Wiley with lots of jokes about huge knockers. Here we are dressed up as a couple of female rockers, desperately searching for a rhyme for monstrous knockers, and more jokes about Scunthorpe woman, more jokes about Leicestershire man. It's good night from him, it's good night from him.
Well, you have 8 time faults there, which brings your score.
I feel better for it.
Graeme Garden.
Star Wars. Well, there's Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, and they're all flying around. Darth Vader comes in, heavy breathing. Captures the princess, and Obi-Wan Kenobi says, the Force be with you, and robots... They got the lightsabers out, and they all jump into the Millennium Falcon, and we go... And wait a minute, Star Wars doesn't have a plot.
No time faults there, so you're ahead. And Denise.
I'd like to summarise, if I may, for you the plot of Jaws. Come on in, everybody, the water's loud.
As the French say, thin.
I'm afraid you have 8 time faults there, Denise, because it wasn't long enough. Barry.
I'll say it
Well,
twice,
I
then.
hurt my nose, Hump. I'm jumping against the clock. This is... I'd like to ask... I think Colin Sell will get the gist of this if I cast him an eye. I'd like to summarise the plot of Casablanca. Play it again, Sam.
Okay, Colin Sell wins that round. Here we have the game which, for the benefit of the chairman, is called Either Blues or Calypso, in which one team gives the other a subject for a blues or a calypso, and they have to sing it ad-lib. And I'm going to ask Denise, you and Willie, to give a subject to Graeme and Barry.
Oh, what shall we do to them?
A calypso.
Yes.
Definitely a calypso. Vickers.
Vickers?
Vickers.
Oh, Vickers.
Vickers.
Vickers. Oh, yes.
Ah! These are four. Wonderful teeth.
Alec Douglas Hume.
Said the vicar to the verger, my sermon tonight.
We'll be upon the subject of the widow's mite.
Said the verger, don't bother, 'cause I'm telling you.
There are only 2 in the village, and they both do.
Oh, it's nice to hear them again, isn't it?
1 for wit and 8 for rhythm, and we go over... we ask
My wife's a Catholic, you know.
Graeme and Barry, will you give Denise and Willie a subject for their blues or calypso? Which is it to be?
Blues. Shoplifting blues.
Shoplifting?
Yeah, why not?
I'll go first. You get the first 4 words free. Woke up this morning, poured myself 3 large snifters.
Snifters? Come on, what you doing to me, man? I went round to Harrods, 'cause I was running short of titfers. I didn't have a hat in the house, you know that?
Where's Harrods? Then I cried. In Dubai, they said.
The shop had been lifted by Alibaba and his 43 shoplifters. Yeah! That's who did it. They took it away.
I can only give you 6 marks there for actually finishing.
Oh, did we finish? I didn't notice.
Get a few for starting, I think.
And we go on to a round now, which is simply called a round of drinks. And this is not just the game played after the show by everybody except Barry Cryer, but a round where I ask you to give me some suitable effects of some well-known drinks.
Yes,
it's
I've
only
never
fair
had
to
one
let you
from you.
start, Barry.
Oh, me?
Why not?
I don't want to name drop. Duke of Edinburgh told me not to do that. But Britt Eklund, I believe, is a great one for drinking martini, and I know the effect it has on her. Any time, any place, anywhere. It's the right one. It's the left one. Send your solicitor's letters to...
Okay, Willie?
That's the end.
Well, I think the notion of this game sprang from my reminiscing about a beer I had about a fortnight ago called Chimay or Chimay, which comes in a very funny bottle and is made in Belgium by Trappists, which in fact does, after about 2 bottles, render you speechless.
Trappist as a newt, yes.
As a newt.
Graeme?
Yes, the effects of alcohol-free lager. 76 pints and I'm anybody's.
Denise?
I just know that if I drink Polish vodka, 1 glass, and I go Gdansk and fall on the floor.
Slivovitz. Has a very strange effect, Humphrey. It makes you want to appear in Cinderella. You know, the prince comes in and sees if the Slivovitz...
You were leading up to then.
I know it was after the last double scotch I had the twins.
It's funny, I thought he was American ginger.
Yes, one thing leads to another. Ruddles, befuddles, cuddles, puddles.
I'm in the record book of Guinnesses. Oh, dearie me, the Irish in me's coming out again.
Landlord,
Okay.
stout and bitter. Beat the wife, sir. Now,
If we hurry along, we have got time now this week to play the game Wobbling Bunnies.
Oh, great.
And the rules... Oh, hold it. No, sorry, I'll revise that. We haven't got time this week to play Wobbling Bunnies. And so we'll have to go on to the point where you announce the late arrivals to the Explorers' Ball. Anybody can start. I shall finish.
I'm bold. Oh, what's that? That's Stark Cortez standing on a peak in Darien.
Clever. Excellent. How true. How true.
I shall not speak again. That is it. Good night, viewers.
I see just back from the frozen waste, there's Mr. Icker and his flighty daughter Anne Tart Icker.
Oh, I'll just cross that one out. Oh, here's Dr. Presume. I don't know whether you know his full name. It's Livingston, I presume.
His friend Victoria Falls.
Frequently, I hear. Oh. But she's insured. Here's the man from Peru. Who's that jolly old retainer serving the drinks with his terrible false teeth? To us all affectionately as Massachusetts. Oh.
Oh, I've just spotted Mr. and Mrs. Tick Ocean and their wet son Atlantic Ocean.
And over there, Mr. and Mrs. Buck-Two and their son Denise, who's standing in for Tim this week.
All the way from the Western Isles, here are the Hebrides. They have some strange customs in those isolated communities. With their friends, the Gay Gordons. There's Marco Polo. He's worth a mint. Author.
I'll cross that one out.
Stirring book up the Orinoco with Rod and Emu. Pam Ayres with her son Himmel. And his dog Buenos.
Yes, it seems that this is the point of the programme where I must interrupt and tell you that
no,
you've
don't,
come...
because here comes the South American beauty, Argentina.
You haven't persuaded me not to interrupt the team and say that we've come to the end of the programme this week, and from all of us, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Willie Rushton and Denise Coffey were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Jeffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you very much. Well, everyone's heard of the famous international TV quiz Mastermind. Welcome to its radio counterpart, P-Brain. And this week we have a team of past winners. Indeed, each of them is the proud possessor of a Lonsdale belt in this area. On my right, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. On my left, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. And because we've been caught out by time on previous programmes for this game, we're going to put it in the beginning of the programme so as to be absolutely safe teams. This is the game called Wobbling Bunnies.
Oh, good. Wobbling Bunnies.
And I don't know whether you need me to remind you about... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Well, there's been a message from our producer to say that the apparatus hasn't arrived yet, so we'll have to postpone this game to the end of the programme, unfortunately. Never mind, we'll get it in then, I'll be assure you of that. So anyway, this is the point where I give teams advance warning of the late arrivals that they'll be introducing later on to the Game Hunters Ball. Late arrival to the Game Hunters Ball.
Game Hunters?
Is that the people who are looking for wobbling bunnies, or is that...
Killing them. Okay, now, let's start the show properly by introducing the game, which is quite simply called Limericks. I'm going to ask each of you to make up some limericks that are suitable for broadcasting. I'll give you a first line, and Willie Rushton, will you stand by, because your first line is coming up right now, and you have to take it from there. A radio producer called Perkins
had a passion for eating raw gherkins.
He'd munch them while dreaming.
Of a naked Jan Leeming.
Don't think I'll bother, really. Which played hell with his internal workings. You shouldn't have bothered, actually. I shouldn't have bothered.
So that round obviously goes to Tim. Graeme, you're going to start a limerick off now, and your first line is, there was a young fellow from Ongar
whose main joy in life was the conga.
He's been dancing to date
since 1908.
I don't think he'll be doing it much longer.
Right, that puts you, Tim and Willie, well ahead on this round so far. And Tim, I'm going to ask you to start with this line. Halley's Comet came spiralling down.
Topical. Halley's Comet came spiralling down and landed on top of George Brown. That's topical too.
He burst into flames,
shouted several rude names,
and now he's the toast of the town.
Graeme Garden fighting back there. Barry.
Sir.
I take off my hat to Frank Boff.
It's terribly easy to scoff. But that man is a whiz.
He certainly is.
Ain't he great? Ain't he grand? Stretch him off.
Okay, with the team's level pegging, we go on to a game now which is called Connection Quiz. I mentioned Mastermind earlier, and this one's like Mastermind, except that it's played with a more uncomfortable chair. I'm going to give each contestant a set of objects or people, and he has to tell me what the connection is between them. And incidentally, these are all taken from a new book called The Book of Lists, so they're completely genuine. And I shall know whether you get them right, teams. Okay, Tim Brooke-Taylor, we're going to start with you. Connection, please, between Louis the Fat, Charles the Simple, and Ferdinand the Inconstant.
That's unfair. I know this one. They were all on Harold Wilson's honours list.
Well, that is a true answer, but the other one is that they're all... This one's terribly boring, I must tell you. They're all derogatory nicknames or sobriquets.
For Harold Wilson.
Barry Cryer, here's a list for you to connect. Cucumber, lead pencil, bald eagle, a banana tree, and an English horn.
They're all obtainable on prescription in Copenhagen.
Puts more lead in your cucumber, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, I can give you half a mark for that, but the real answer is that they are all not what they seem.
Good Lord.
For example, I'm not going to go through the whole list, but a lead pencil is not made of lead.
Graphite, isn't it?
And a bald eagle has a full head of curly hair. Right.
How have I struggled along without knowing that?
Willie Rushton.
Hello. What is a cucumber if it's not what it seems to be?
It's not a cucumber.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that.
What have I been putting in my salad?
I understand from reference to the book that everybody, except me, of course, because I've looked at the book, thinks that a cucumber is a vegetable, and it's not, it's a fruit.
That's just gossip.
We're going to Willie Rushton now before anybody asks about the banana tree. Willie Rushton, will you please connect George Washington's laundry bill, Judy Garland's false eyelashes, and 180,000 dead cats?
They've all been on a conveyor belt at the end of the Generation Gate. Is that true?
It is actually, yes, and you get 12 marks.
Ah.
And the reason I tell you it's true is that the producer has scribbled the right answer on my script, and I can't read his writing. But I think it says here that they were all at one time or another auctioned. Now, we go to Graeme Garden, and will you connect, please, Lewis Carroll, Virginia Woolf, and Kenneth Clark?
Lewis Carroll, Virginia Woolf, and Kenneth Clark are all affectionately known as Nobby.
I'm not certain whether to give you that, because certainly Kenneth Clark is, and certainly Virginia Woolf was.
Nobby
I'm
Woolf,
not certain about Lewis Carroll.
I'm
Nobby
pretty certain.
Carroll.
Nobby Carroll? Nobby Dodgson.
Yes.
Dodgy
Dobson, they actually called him, but I mean,
Dodgson.
Dodgy Nobby, they call him.
Yes, so really speaking, I think I have to judge this by the actual answer that's in the book, which is that they all wrote standing up.
Well, you would.
Well, can't remember that.
Tim, we'll go back to you now. We'll have another round of those, because I'm rather enjoying this.
Quick, where they're behind.
You're on your own, Hump.
Tim, will you connect hay, toads, beans, and white fibrous blobs?
It's the toads and the white fibrous blobs that give it away. They are, in fact, the official ingredients of a McDonald's hamburger.
I wasn't going to give you that, but the audience obviously thinks I should. So you can have that one. You can have the 13 marks there. And the official answer is that they all at one time or another fell out of the sky. Here's some for you to connect, Barry. Tutankhamun, Dolly Parton,
Well, that's
Queen
three.
Victoria.
Queen Victoria.
Queen Victoria.
They all wore women's clothes in private. Except Queen Victoria. I don't know.
Really. No, I didn't think you did.
They've all been stuffed.
Tutankhamun used to dress up as his mummy.
Well, there's bonus marks to Tim Brooke-Taylor and Barry Cryer. But the real answer is that they were or are all under 5'6".
Oh, Queen Victoria's under 6 foot now.
Another bonus mark to Barry, putting him in the lead. Willie Rushton, here's another lot for you to connect. Al Jolson's knee, Betty Grable's leg, Jimmy Durante's nose.
Shirley Temple sat on them. At some stage.
And no, actually, the answer is that they're all imprinted in concrete outside Grauman's Chinese Theatre in Hollywood.
Thank you, Humph. Good.
Right, and Graeme, the last lot of things to connect. Small buttocks and flat stomach.
Small buttocks and flat stomach are the legendary American blues singers.
Elbows in the air, small buttocks and flat stomach, yeah!
That's the ones.
That is absolutely true. And we go on. Now, according to the Book of Lists, these are attributes that women most look for in men.
Is that true?
It's absolutely true.
Can we
It says
can
it's
we
in the
ask
book.
the audience?
in the audience.
It's in the book.
It plays hell with the story of my life.
I'll give you a bonus mark to make up for it.
Thank you.
Right. We now have a game called Telegrams to various well-known people.
Well, I've got one from Van Gogh, or Van Gogh, to a mail order company. It's a regret but must cancel order for stereo headphones.
I've got one to you, Humph. It says, my mother dug you crazy music when she was little, stop. Never thought you'd make 100, stop. Crazy man, crazy, stop. The Queen.
Good way of handing in your notice.
Yes, get out while I'm behind.
I got one for Christopher Wren just before he built St. Paul's Cathedral. Big mistake, stop. You should have hung on for the Nat West building.
I got a rather sad one here to Noah of Noah's Ark fame, and it's could be a few minutes late, stop. Don't leave without a stop. Mr. and Mrs. Unicorn.
How true.
From the makers of the Wooden Horse of Troy, it's egg up, where do you want the exit put?
And a ripple of applause for you, Tim.
Telegram to Joan of Arc, all the best, watch out for the faggots.
I've got one here. Have written 5 times, received no reply, stop. Have phoned repeatedly, no answer, stop. Can you have lunch October the 15th, 1977, stop. Tom Jackson.
Oh,
Telegram to Napoleon, you left your braces at the motel.
That one's true, though, isn't it?
Any more? No. Barry, you're in the lead. And we go on to the round where this one has a subtle title, so I shall leave a pause after it to allow it to sink in. It's called Words of One Song to the Tune of Another.
Sink.
In other words, I'm going to ask members of each team, I'm going to ask each team, rather, to sing the words of one song to the tune of another. And if someone will wake up Colin Sell at the piano, he's going to provide the musical accompaniment. Graeme Garden, we're going over to you, and your words are, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. And the tune is Exodus.
Exodus.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are standing in a row. Big ones and small ones. Some as big as your head. Give them a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the showman said.
I shall be marking according to audience applause. You get 1 mark for that.
When he sang that, my glass of water parted.
I'm afraid only 1 mark for you, Graeme.
Oh, no.
And it goes over to Willie Rushton. And, Willie, your words are A Foggy Day in London Town, to the tune of that famous and much-loved march, Colonel Bogey.
A foggy day in London town. It had me low and had me down. I view the morning with alarm. The British Museum had lost its charm. Oh, how long I wonder could this thing last
All together now.
for the age of miracles and not past. For suddenly I saw you there, and the foggy London town, the sun shining everywhere. All together.
Hey!
Modesty forbids, and I've thrown the words away.
And 1 mark for Willie Rushton there.
Oh, quite right.
All right.
They're throwing
all right.
cushions, Wimbledon champions.
Never let it be said
Back in the
I
summer.
don't listen to opinions from all quarters. No marks to Willie Rushton. Well, we have a round now called New Words, and for this round I'm going to ask the teams one by one to introduce a new word which they must then use in a sentence to demonstrate its meaning. The members of the opposing team can challenge by pressing their buzzers if they disagree, and they then have to give the real meaning. We're going to start, Tim Brooke-Taylor, with you.
My word is whitel. I could be whiteling to you after the show if I were to come up and say, Humph, the show, what can I say? You've done it again. It's a sort of lie by omission. It's sort of congratulating somebody without really meaning it. Actors need it a lot. That's what whiteling is. Another example of whiteling is, sorry, darling, I've got a headache.
Whiteling. Anybody like to challenge that?
Anybody in the audience like to challenge that?
Anybody in the audience like to say, well, it must be true then.
Useful word, yeah.
It must be true, and Tim Brooke-Taylor wins.
Thank you. Next round.
And we go on to... Oh, no, wait a minute. It's too long. Barry, will you introduce a word now?
Killer was.
Killer was?
Yes, it's a bulletproof waistcoat. But people do tend to ask for them a moment too late. You know, in so many films, Inspector, the killer was. Ah!
That's good, yes. No challenge either, unless the buzzers aren't working. Oh, a challenge there from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
I didn't know this round was allowed to be funny.
Well, Willie Rushton.
Well, since the fact there have been cutbacks in the monasteries, the word prior has now taken on a whole new meaning, and it can appear now in sentences like, little Keith priored his bedding again last night. It suggests wetness or dampness now.
More along the James line.
Yes.
Yes.
The little clone of Edward Heath.
Yes. Actually, that's
same red face, same white hair, but all misshapen, so he's melted slightly.
James Pryor, if you're out there at the moment, what can I say?
Put it in the fridge and see if it'll set again.
Willie Rushton actually is going to get 2 marks for that, because I have heard the word used in that context. It's already in circulation. Graeme Garden, will you introduce a new word for us, please?
Yes, this is a new word, Anastasia, which has passed into the language because it's been much used by immigrants arriving in the United States of America. In the early part of the century is when it became popular. They used to get off the boat and say, I got here, Anastasia.
I think that's really prior, that. Sorry.
Very good. Do you have any others, teams? No. Right, we've gone. Now, as you know, each week we've been asking members of the team to supply a game, and what they have to do, first of all, is to explain it to us. And this week it's Tim's game. So, Tim Brooke-Taylor, would you explain your game to us?
I think that's a misprint, isn't it? It's Kim's game we're meant to be playing, which is that game when... Isn't it? When you show something for a short while and then cover it up and you have to remember what it is.
Okay, then, Tim, we'll let you off. We'll play Kim's game.
Tim's game, only this time
it's Kim's game. What we're going to do is...
Show me to the...
Show Tim Brooke-Taylor.
We could play new words again.
We're then going to cover him up. And then the rest of you have got to tell me what you remember having seen. I'll take a long look, teams. Remember, got to memorize. I'll give you another 10 seconds to memorize. Music from Colin Sell.
And he knitted it himself.
Now, we'll cover him up, and we're going to start with you, Barry Cryer. You've had plenty of time to think. Now, will you please try and recall what you saw?
I thought there was a combine harvester. I thought the lurking... No, the thing that was imprinted on my mind is a tall, fat man. Leg with... Well, yes, some glimpse of legs. Some legs. They were few and far between. And just a wisp of hair there, just a wisp, I seem to remember. Old bleachy head. A bitch, that's right. I saw a bitch.
I'll have to stop you there, Barry. You did recall 4 items, which gives you 4 marks.
Thank you, Hum.
And Willie Rushton, can you now recall? You've had a longer time to think, so I shall
I have a longer time to forget. Sensible shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Blue shoes. I think they're called rotting shoes in Australia. So, they look slightly orthopedic. Dr. Skoll would love them. Strange facial blemishes all over the eyes. Mean little mouth. And this hair that was spoken of. Ish. And a red shirt. Also a freebie. Everything he wears has been given by people. Bare advertising. That's all I can remember.
Well, your time's up anyway, Willie, and that gives you remembered 7 items, so that gives you 7 marks and puts you 3 ahead of whoever went before. And, Graeme, will you recall what you saw before it was covered up?
It was, I remember the sensible shoes and the rather ill-advised trousers.
Is that all?
Eminently forgettable.
You've got
my verdict.
4 more seconds if you'd like, because you've only got 3 marks so far.
No, that's actually all I could remember about it.
3 marks to Graeme Garden, then. Right, well, that leaves you, Tim.
Right, well, I remember a young Greek god-looking creature, about 6'4", across the shoulders. I mean, something rather special, Hump, almost as good as your trumpet playing. I'll put it that way.
Whiteling again.
That's Whiteling. That's white lying, you see, Whiteling. I forgot to mention that.
Well, one thing you didn't remember to say about Whiteling is that it almost invariably pays off. 10 marks. And now, as promised, we come to the game Wobbling Bunnies. And teams, I don't have to tell you that we go very rapidly round because we are getting a bit short of time. In fact, actually, if we're going to get the last game in, I think we better carry on to that one and leave that out. So put a pencil through that. And we'll go on, teams, to the point in the programme where I ask you to introduce the late arrivals at the Big Game Hunters Ball. Anybody can start, and I rather hope you do.
Very welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Notheris and their son, Ray Notheris.
With his close friend, film star Rhino Neal. And his daughter, Tay Tom Tom.
And the well-known aphrodisiac, Reno Horn.
Oh, here's Lionel Blair in a turban and an animal skin. What is it, Lionel? 3 words. A Jungle Creeper, Turban District Council, Gurkha's Revolutionary Party, hide and seek. Very good, Lionel. He's game. Oh, somebody shot him. Moving on from the Hollywood Ball, Rod Tiger, Sue Lyon and Telly Scopic Sight.
And also...
Rucker,
and also
Dial.
Zebra Car. Mr. and Mrs. Thropoid Ape and their daughter Anne Thropoid Ape.
Oh, there's Lord Kagan in a raincoat made out of a cheetah.
The grand old singer, Ella Fitz Graveyard.
Bearing a copy of that invaluable book, The Ivory Manual.
Tusk.
Please, will you welcome, because they've been so good to us, Zan and Jane. I think we'd like to all thank them. Zan and Jane.
With the Chancellor, Dennis Swahili.
Useful family here. Mr. and Mrs. Ketonet and their son Amos Ketonet.
Why are all those people rushing round looking for a 60-foot by 30-foot Monopoly board? Oh, they're big game hunters. Why are they rushing around looking for a 60-foot Monopoly board?
Well, in response to frantic signalling from those of you listening at home, I have to say that we've come very near the end of this week's programme.
There's Hippo Marx. Oh, sorry.
Oh, and Anaconda.
Safari's a goodie.
So this is where I say that's all for this week, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye now.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano, Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome once again to I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. And if you've never heard the programme before, then you may hear one or two new jokes. If you have heard the programme before, then you'll need no further cue to turn off your radio. Our teams, as always, have come through snow, fog and the pub in order to get here, and they are Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor. And Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden. And if anyone plays the piano in the next half hour, it'll probably be Colin Sell. Our first round is inspired by the poverty of the international film industry. For economic reasons, new films will have to be remakes from now on of pairs of old films. And I want you to hear the resulting titles, and I'll award some points for this one, I think. Well, maybe. Willie Rushton, will you start?
They're doing a film of Rupert Murdoch's life. They're incorporating It Happened in Naples, Mr. Roberts, and Kipps. It emerges as Mr. Nipples.
Well, that's a good start. Graeme Garden.
They're combining Sunday Bloody Sunday with La Cage aux Folles, and they're making Bloody aux Folles.
Tim Brooke-Taylor.
The producers of Raging Bull have got together the producers of Poor Cow to produce a load of bullocks.
Funny you should mention that, actually, because I just heard that the producers of Raging Bull had combined the picture with Scandal Sheet.
That was the chairman's buzzer. Yes, I think we...
Yes, they produced Raging Scandal.
It's your turn, Barry.
The producers of Green Ice, Grease, and The Blob are producing a new film called I Must Get This Fridge Defrosted. The producers of Tess and Tickle Me have failed to get together.
I did hear that they're remaking Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, Raise the Titanic, and Ringside Seat, and they're calling it Gentlemen Lift the Seat.
The producers, I've heard, of the Carry On films have got together to make a cheap remake of The Eagle Has Landed to be called Carry On Crow.
A mass convention of producers. Those connected with Hello Dolly, All Quiet on the Western Front, What's Up Doc, Hello Goodbye from Here to Eternity, Hello Frisco are making a new epic called Hello, 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 What's All This Here?
Well, that's fine. That puts you in the lead, Barry. And we've reached the point where I give the teams advance warning of the late arrivals they'll be doing later on in the programme. This week we'll be asking them for late arrivals at the Keep Fit Fanatics Ball. Keep Fit Fanatics Ball. Right, game number 3, and the teams in this one are invited to sing various well-known songs in unsuitable ways. I'll specify the songs. I'm going to call upon Tim Brooke-Taylor, first of all, to think of the most unsuitable way of singing Maybe It's Because I'm a Londoner.
Maybe it's because ich bin ein Londoner and I love London so. It's true. Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner that I dream of her wherever I go. I get a funny feeling inside of me. I do. Just marching up and down. And maybe it's because I'm Londoner that I love London so. I was only obeying orders, you understand?
Very good, Tim. Barry, will you sing in the most unsuitable way you can think of, I Feel Pretty? That's a pretty...
I Feel Pretty, sung by Orson Welles.
I feel pretty. Oh, so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and bright. And I pity any girl who isn't me tonight.
Probably the worst impression. Anyway, Willie Rushton, it's your turn now. And we'd like you to sing in an unsuitable way. Let's call the whole thing off.
In English. You say neither, and I say neither. You say either, and I say either. Neither, either. Let's call the whole thing off. You like potato, and I like potato. You like tomato, and I like tomato. Potato, tomato. Let's call the whole thing off.
Right, Graeme, with quite a bit to catch up, will you sing in an unsuitable way, I Talk to the Trees?
A song that fell off the back of a Peter lorry.
I talk to the trees, but they don't listen to me. I talk to them all, but they never hear me. So I strangled them.
Fine, well that puts them in the lead, and we move on to a game which will fruitfully occupy the next 45 minutes, which is a game called Sound Charades, using only the immense versatility of their voices, which you've already heard. Each team will in turn give us a charade of a play, film, book, or whatever, and the other team will then have to guess what it is, or why they bothered to do it in the first place. A mystery voice will tell you what it is at home, and we have our computer here in the studio, on which it will be flashed up.
In digital chalk.
And the first charade is going to be done by Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. The voice will now tell you, listening at home, the charade which they're going to do.
Dirty Harry.
Right, here we go.
Hello, folks.
Not funny, Mr. Seacombe.
Going with the wind.
Sir Goon with the wind. That wasn't his.
I think, Graeme and Barry, it would probably help them and save all of us a lot of time if you tell them whether it was a book, a film, or a play.
How many words and all sorts of little details like that.
Yes. It's
film. How many words?
Dirty Harry. What? Dirty Harry.
Right, that's one up to you then. And we have a charade now from Willie and Tim. Here it is for those of you listening at home.
The postman always rings twice.
This is a short title. Now, we'll observe the formalities this time. Tim and Willie, will you tell them whether it's a film, a play, or book, or what? And how many words?
Book and a film.
5 words. And we'll do them all together.
Down, boy. Down. Get off my leg. Get off.
How does Percy able to keep it up?
Get off.
That's it.
Got anything to do with dogs?
No.
Thank you for that, Graeme.
Yes. But I can't work out what Willie was doing.
Well, it's natural for a dog.
The dogs of war.
Dogs of
that's
war.
what- The dogs of war 2.
It's nothing to do with dogs as such. Quick, resume.
Woof. Rough.
Get down, get down, get down. Ring, ring, get down, ring, get down, get down.
Ring. We never got that first time round. Yeah, we were out when that rang first time.
Ring. The postman always rings twice.
These charades are taking rather a long time, so for the next two teams, if you don't get it within a reasonable time, I shall open it up to the audience and see if they can get it. And Graeme and Barry, it's your turn to do a charade again. Here's the mystery voice for you, those of you at home.
Stir crazy.
Right, Graeme and Barry, would you
That's not how you spell roots.
Is it... Oh, it's a film, is it?
Yes, it's a film, and it's 2 words.
Right.
2 words. Oh, Reg, stop it. Get on my nerves. Leave that cup of tea alone, Reg. You're obsessed. Reg, it's only a cup of tea. Drink it. Put your bloody spoon down.
Stir is born. Stir crazy.
Right, we're going to have the final charade now from Willie and Tim. And here's the voice to tell you what it is.
When the kissing had to stop.
Now, the audience knows what it is, so... Oh, wait a minute, there's a slight hiccup in the computer.
6 words.
6?
6 words. There's a book.
And a film, I reckon.
Telly, I reckon.
Okay, we'll do it all together. 6 words.
A book and a telly.
Oh, I reckon a film, but
Oh,
the
well,
producer,
they don't know.
producer thinks it's a film too. What does the audience think? Not very much. Film, quite right.
Lady in the front row, very forcefully there.
It's a film. It's a film. 2 marks to the lady in the front.
Here it comes as a charade. I can't get the top off this super glue.
Try using your teeth. Your lips are sealed.
I really think that's funny.
That's it.
6
How gripping.
words.
Now then, Graeme and Barry, how about that?
The dentures of Dick Turpin. Stuck. Mouth stuck.
When the mouth's stuck, though, I mean, apart from being a great name for a movie, I mean, it's actually on the way.
Easy on the
It's rolling
osculation.
towards it.
He's
Quite clearly not deep throat.
which we're selling in the foyer. I wish
Give
we
you a
could
bit of
see
help, Barry and Graeme.
yes.
They did have a more explicit mime for this one, but we decided it wasn't suitable for radio.
Is it visual or dirty or both?
That's a great help. Does kissing come into the title?
Yes.
When the kissing had to stop. Never a film. Never a film.
I reckon, telly.
No, Constantine Fitzgibbon.
Does he?
Yes. Like a rattlesnake.
With 4 time faults there, unfortunately, Barry, that puts Tim and Willie in the lead once again. Now, I must tell you for this next game that just before we started the programme, I warned the teams that I was going to call upon them to supply some suitably cliched endings to particular types of films. And I'm going to start with you, first of all, Graeme Garden.
This is a sort of cliche ending to a Vincent Price type horror movie.
Right.
Little music, please, Mr. Sell.
My sister can rest in peace now.
What we're going to do on this occasion is to invite anyone who has a couple of suggestions to do them straight away. Graeme, do you have another one?
Is that the postman always knocks 5 times? Oh, the wrong round, sorry.
And the post-mortem always knocks. I don't think I'll push my luck with another, no.
Right, Graeme, would you stop gathering supplementary marks and go on. Give us your second suggestion.
Oh, the second suggestion, you want one, do you? All right, the end of the early 1930s romantic drama as they sail off into the sunset. Oh, darling, my love for you, it's like the name on that lifebelt behind you. It's Titanic.
Well, to put you who are listening to this in the picture, Graeme now leads by 8 marks. And we're going over to Tim Brooke-Taylor.
I'd like to start my recital this evening with sort of children's adventure. Music, please, Mr. Sell. That was it, was it? Gee, I think I'll stick to fishing for tiddlers, not man-eating slugs. What do you think, Timmy? Woof, woof. Everyone laughs. Ha, 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 ha. Music up and out. And my second cliche. This is, in fact, every single French film I've ever seen. The next year I returned to Saint-Michel. But Marie had gone, and with her my childhood. If you know what I mean.
And Tim has 7 marks. Over to you, Barry.
Have you any werewolf music, Colin?
Give him the children's adventure. It fits.
It's the end of a werewolf film when everything's all right and all the silver bullets are spent. And that. Yeah. Maybe you're werewolf. It's hard to believe, Jeff, that Harry was the werewolf all the time. Jeff? Jeff? Yes. Oh, well, I'll keep in the same jugular vein with one of those demonic films. The end of a demonic film. And we'll be left wondering what the devil got into her.
Yeah, I'll give you 10 marks for that, Barry. And Willie, now, how about yours?
Yes, I just have something cliche-ridden. I agree. Inspector, there's just one thing I don't understand. Why are they playing that music?
Well, judging by the audience applause, Willie gets 15 for that and doesn't really need to do another one. You haven't got another one,
Oh, but if you like, same music.
Oh, he's going to do another one.
The sun sets that way, you dumb cowpoke.
So that's 7 marks for you, Willie. And 24 marks for Colin Sell at the piano. Right.
A lot of work with children's adventure films, I'll tell you that.
We're going to have a game now which we haven't played before, and after this I doubt whether we shall play it again. It's called Bang Bang Relay, and there's a bit of action in this one. Each player has a small paper bag under his seat. When I sound my buzzer, the first member of each team, which in this case will be Graeme Garden and Tim Brooke-Taylor, jumps up, dashes round his partner and back to his place.
Hump, do I get a little handicap here? Further to go.
I didn't know the paper bags were for that.
Graeme Garden will be weighted in this one. Anyway, you have to jump up, chaps, dash round your partner and back to your place. And then you sit down, pick up your paper bag, blow it up, and then burst it by hitting it hard with the hand. The bursting of the bag is the signal for the second player to start, and he repeats the same performance. And the bursting of his bag is the signal that the team has completed the course, and the first team to finish will be docked quite a few marks.
Except February, which has 29.
I hope you understand, Graeme and Tim, what you have to do. Right, well, I'll put my fingers in my ears and start. Sit down, Tim. We have a false start. Incidentally, for those of you listening at home, you won't be left out of it. I shall give you a running commentary on what's happening. And will you please start now? And Graeme's got off to a flying start. And stolen Tim Brooke-Taylor's paper bag, thrown it away. One bag there, burst by Tim Brooke-Taylor. Now Willie Rushton has to run. One by Graeme Garden. Barry Cryer's now off, but Willie Rushton stopped to blow up his bag. As always at this kind of a party, somebody gets left out, and we don't want any tears. So. We've allowed Barry Cryer to burst his bag, which he failed to do.
So there is a nurse in attendance.
So the winners there were Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton, for whom the audience will now rise in acclaim. We go on now to a more sedentary game. This is the game word for word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. And the other team may, and indeed must, challenge and try to prove a connection between the two words. I shall score 1 mark per word until a correct challenge, when the challenging side takes over, 2 rounds each side, so that each player has started a round. Is that clear, teams? Because it's not to me. And we're going to start. It'll all become absolutely clear to you in a few moments when Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer start off. Graeme, will you start, please?
Yes, I will. Spear.
Deltoid.
Challenge there from Willie Rushton immediately.
Spear deltoids are made of chewing gum. I've chomped on it myself, not to advantage.
Well, you lose a mark for advertising. Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Lots of spear deltoid.
They're both arrow-shaped, aren't they? Deltoid and a spear.
Deltoid? Who have you been out with recently?
We're not talking about arrows, we're talking about spears. Now, will you go on with the game, Tim Brooke-Taylor?
Yes,
Graeme Garden.
Bring back Kenny
You
Ball,
keep
I
out of
say.
it, Tim Brooke-Taylor. Right.
Triangle.
Manifest.
Parallelogram.
Pustule.
Challenge there from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
They're both words I can't spell.
Beginning with P.
Irrefutable. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and ask you to start up again, Barry Cryer.
Coccyx.
Deliquescent.
What?
Deliquescent.
Oh.
Means an off day at the Jewish supermarket.
Retrograde.
Expunge.
Challenge there from Willie Rushton.
If you have an expunge, then it's got to be retrograde. That's a retrograde sponge or an expunge.
A very good challenge, and as we're running out of time, will you take it up quickly now, Willie Rushton?
Elbow.
Wallet.
Trunk.
Basket.
Froth.
Microphone.
Mother.
Exit.
Didgeridoo.
Blackboard.
Pocket.
Curtain.
Sock. Bucket.
Light.
Exit.
Challenge there, thank goodness, from Graeme Garden.
There's a light over the exit, which is... And I'm sorry I shouldn't have drawn the attention of the audience to it, because they're now getting up.
Well, it's not the late exit so much as the late arrivals that we're going on to do now, with
Oh,
the teams absolutely
subtle
level pegging,
like a
and the
well-oiled
tension is
machine.
at its height. I'm going to ask them all to provide the announcements for late arrivals at the Keep Fit Fanatics Ball.
Mr. and Mrs. Texpander and their charming boy, Jess Texpander.
Almost first through the doors, as always. Will you welcome, please, Gymnasium and Solarium.
Will you welcome, please?
Oh, I was just about to say one. Very rare, this. Shut up for a moment. Here come the Diff I Jog 100 Yards and their son, who goes on introducing himself as I'm Roger Diff I Jog 100 Yards.
Who seem to be engaged in conversation with the family all the way from India, Mr. and Mrs. Ging Nakadim, and their son, Joe Ging Nakadim.
And over there, another
another couple of joggers. Oh, no, it's Racco Welch.
Would you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Ontlebars and their son, Horace Ontlebars.
Oh, yes.
And will you welcome, please, the East German gymnasts, Mr. and Mrs. Inghorst and their son, Volt Inghorst. And over there, Mr. and Mrs. Rickbars and their son, Met. I can't see him now, but I'm sure I saw Met Rickbars.
Also from the same country, Mr. and Mrs. On Your Hips and their son, Hans On Your Hips.
Closely followed by R.M. Stretch and his niece Ben.
Mr. and Mrs. De Muscle and their son, Paul De Muscle.
Sharon Davis with her Daley Thompson, but I'm not one to talk. Oh, there's Mustafa Workout.
I quite often have difficulty in rounding up this programme, So what I'm going to do is, that the next time the audience applauds a late arrival vociferously, we shall close the programme.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Ah, what a shame. There's the Doe family coming in rather late. The Doe family, Ken, Jew, and Lou. He's the lazy one. Think about it or not.
Mr. and Mrs. Lettix and their son, Arthur Lettix.
At which point I'm going to step in on the audience's behalf and say that we've come to the end of our programme this week. Join us again next time. Until then, goodbye now.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome to the show that features wit, satire, irony, and sometimes one or two funny bits. For example, on my right, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And on their left, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. And we're going to start with Call My Bluff, a game familiar to all those of you who've seen the television programme of the same name, but we're playing it with a slight difference. The teams are going to give me 4 different definitions of the word, which I'll give them, and I have to guess which one is correct. They will then tell me if it's true or a bluff. I'm going to start with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor, for your definition of pandemonium.
This, in fact, derives from the French pain, as in bread, de non-homme. You may find this a little unlikely, and so do I. It means, of course, the bread of my man, which explains the shape of the French loaf. That is pandemonium.
Short pause where I stare at him firmly in the eye. No. Right, we'll go on then to Barry Cryer.
Well, Humphrey, it's pandemonium, actually. The spelling's got corrupted through the years. It's pandemonium. It's an organ in the back of a police car. Which originated in the early police carriages under the aegis of Sir Robert Peel, who not only invented the orange, but started the police force. And Sir Robert Peel, the early policemen, were called after him. They were called coppers. And they used to play the organ as they approached the scene of the crime. It originally only had 2 keys, and they go da 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 da, which explains the middle of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, as you know, Hum. Da 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 da. That's neither here nor there. Pandemonium, an organ in the back of a police car.
Right. Willie Rushton. What about your definition?
That is close-ish. A pandemonium is a zoological implement used for shoveling chi-chi or the like towards any potential mate. Anne, BB, Edward Heath. It's a rutting device for pandas.
This is such a thing for humans.
I can put you in touch with somebody.
With your device.
Right, that's enough of that. Graeme Garden, let's have your definition.
Pandemonium, or more properly, the pandemonium, is a room, conference chamber or meeting room in a university college, usually between the chapel and the kitchen, which is where the dons would go to meet and sit down and quaff a flagon of Founder's port and eat a roast capon or two. It's now called the combination room. It was originally called the pandemonium. Now the combination room, which is a cross between a vestry and a pantry. Must be true. Never
Right.
will.
Thank you, Graeme, for that one. Now, we've got an odd selection here from which I've got to choose. The first one, Tim Brooke-Taylor's. I thought that got a bit near the knuckle, to tell you the honest truth. The bread of the
You've got a
French
very bad
loaf.
sense of direction.
Anyway, the French loaf and all that, I'm inclined to disregard that one. Barry followed rather on the same theme with his organ in the back of a police car. And, I was rather impressed by Barry's, but not for long. And then Willie Rushton and the she shoveling implement. I've actually seen one of those, and it didn't look like what he described at all, so I'm going to ignore that one. And this conference room, the vestry and the pantry, that rather took the audience by surprise, because they're all too young to have known what combinations were, aren't they? Except the lady in the front row.
They're just too polite.
No. I don't really like any of them, to tell you the truth.
They don't like you very much.
Gigi hates him.
So, round number 2 I suppose you want me to play along with it. All right, then, I would go for... Actually, I happen to know which is the right one. Barry, you're right. It is the organ in the back of the police car.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, is that true or bluff?
Well, I'll hold up my card. Now we'll see where the truth comes out.
Good Lord.
Who'd have thought it?
Well. There we are. So, can I see who has the true definition, please? Dear. Well done. Can't win them all. I couldn't win any of them. Right. So we go on from that to the point where I give the teams advance notice of the late arrivals whom they'll have to introduce at the end of the programme. This week we'll be asking them to introduce the late arrivals at the Household Furnishers' Ball. The Household Furnishers' Ball. Now we have a musical round, the round called Blues, only in this case it's blues with a difference. It's a calypso. In this round, each team will give the other team a topic for their calypso, in this case, which they must then improvise, accompanied, of course, by Colin Sell at the piano. And we'll start by asking Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton to give a theme to Barry and Graeme.
Lance Percival?
Typical
Yes,
top of the
West. Oh,
good for calypso.
The Lance Percival,
Queen of the Calypso.
There is a young fellow called Lance Percival. Well, I must admit, sir, he's quite a pal. But I must admit, when he sings calypsos, well, I must admit, sir, he gets right on my nerves.
I'll give you 3 marks for that, for the fact that it was brief. And I'm going to ask you now, Barry and Graeme, to give Tim and Willie their theme.
I'm sorry I haven't a clue. Calypso, please.
I'm sorry, sir, but I haven't a clue. I've no idea what to do.
We've sung 2 lines. There's only one more.
So we sing the last line and do an encore.
Brilliant! I'm sorry, sir, but I haven't a clue. What do you say? I've no idea what to do.
Have we sung 2 lines?
The answer is yes.
Always leave the audience wanting less.
sentiment with which the audience here clearly agrees. That, in fact, puts you well ahead. And we come on to the game called Last Episode. In this round, the aim is to put the last nail in the coffin of a long-running radio or television show and close the series in one line. Colin Sell will play the theme music, and I shall award various points if I feel like it. And I'm going to ask you, Graeme, to start with putting the finishing touch to The Sky at Night.
Hello, well, as you can see, I have my telescope trained to the east, and I should be able to see, just rising, Brenda Robinson of number 83. There's by Jove, there she is. Whoa, what a pour, look at that.
4 marks for you, Graeme. Tim, finish off Angels.
Nurse, I said prick his boil.
Stands aghast.
I'm just toying with the idea of disqualifying you for the rest of the series. In point of fact, I'll give you a chance. If you can do another one, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. So, here's one. How about putting the final coup de grace to Family Fortune?
Oh, with pleasure. Well, I'm sorry to have to say that the Cray family have lost. There is, in fact, an alternative ending to Family Fortunes, which is, it's musical, and it's, well, Liz, Phil, Charles, Anne and Di, you've really cocked it up this time.
Well, they'll never catch you up after that. Barry, let's have you giving the last line for Mastermind.
Can we have our next contender, please? Your name is George Wilcox. Your chosen subject is not on our list, but as I see you started, I'll let you finish.
Right. Willie Rushton, I want you to give the finishing line once and for all to Wimbledon 82.
Well, Dan, I've never seen McEnroe in as ugly a mood as this. Are those hand grenades down his shorts?
Well, Tim Brooke-Taylor scored the most marks there for perseverance, and the scores are rolling along pretty well, I think. We're going to play a game called Suitcases. I'm sure you'll all be delighted to know that the teams are going on holiday. For reasons that are too complicated to go into, they have to pack their suitcases entirely with objects beginning with a letter that I shall give them. The other team can challenge if they think that any of the objects will have difficulty fitting into a suitcase, and then the packing team will have to provide suitable far-fetched explanations as to how they intend to cram them in. And we're going to start... Oh, I'd better give you the letter, otherwise we'll never start. The letter is H, and we're going to start with you, Graeme Garden.
We're not going to have H as well, are we?
You're all going to have H.
Oh, no, they've got time to think about it now.
Yes.
Oh, no, it's all right. We can get through all the words beginning with H before they start. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Right.
Time's up.
Oh. Right, I'm beginning my packing now. How about a hogshead of fine wine?
A hollyhock.
A humerus?
A...
Challenge from Willie Rushton.
A humorous what?
Funny bone.
Oh. Doesn't begin with H. I'm sorry, Graeme.
No.
Honeybone?
Funny bone begins with F. Now, will you take... will you take it up, Willie Rushton?
Dreadful. Horace complete works of?
A challenge from whoever buzzed.
Me. I know Mr. Complete Works of, and he wouldn't fit in a suitcase.
He's a late arrival.
It's an early arrival in this case.
Okay, you can have that. Carry on, Tim.
Mornington Crescent. No, sorry, it's H, isn't it?
It is H, yes.
Hairbrush, Herr Schmidt.
A challenge from a lady in the front row. Herr Schmidt wouldn't go into a suitcase. No, who's that challenge? Barry?
I thought we were alternating. I thought it went Tim, Willie, Willie, Tim, and...
I'm giving the point to the lady in the front row.
Sounds like something out of the Wizard of Oz, doesn't it, Tim, Willie? Sorry.
Over to you.
Is it me?
Yes, it is.
I was wondering who it was.
A hedgehog.
Hedge clippers.
Hermaphrodite.
Horse brass.
Horn.
Challenge there from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
You couldn't get all those things in. You couldn't get a hermaphrodite in. I mean, come on. And
Very small hermaphrodite.
Horse brass rhyming slang. I mean, you couldn't. I mean, they'd be uncomfortable together.
Well, love will find a way.
I work on the principle that if the chairman doesn't understand the challenge, he allows it. So you can carry on, Tim.
A horn.
Heliotrope.
Hangman.
Hump.
Challenge that from Barry Cryer.
George Heliotrope, notorious 18th century hangman.
You're right.
Yes, but
the wrong game.
Hump. Yeah. Hump, we've got his ashes. It's his ashes we've got.
Ashes.
Willie Rushton, will you take it up for your team?
Hovercraft.
Hound.
Paris tweed, lengths of.
Challenge there from Barry Cryer.
What length of?
I'll go to any lengths.
Just the right length to fit
Just
a
enough.
suitcase.
A sufficiency to leave room for whatever Tim's going to say next.
All right. I'll accept that.
Carry on.
Hutch.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
With or without his piano.
Without.
Carry on.
A big man, though. A big
Humph without
man.
trumpet.
Is worth 2 kneels on a cassock. That's another round.
We're playing all the different rounds.
Hoover. Thought I might get a free one.
Yes. Another Hoover. Yes.
Challenge there from Barry Cryer.
A crate of Hoovers. To this address, please. Sorry, it wasn't an interruption, just an observation, really. Bit of touting.
Honey.
Halibut oil capsules.
There's a challenge from Graeme Garden.
A hovercraft.
A dinky. Little dinky hovercraft.
That begins with D.
I'll allow that challenge, yes. Right. And therefore, Graeme Garden, you actually win that round. Can we have applause for all those teams? For suffering so bravely. Now then, we're going to do a sing-along. In this round, each panellist has to sing along with a disc. Once the tune and tempo have been established, the sound of the disc will disappear, and the panellist will be left on his own. After an embarrassing pause, the disc comes back, and the panellist scores points if he's still with it. We're going to start the round now with you, Graeme Garden. And you're going to sing along with this beautiful rendering of Rosemary.
Love you. I'm always dreaming of you.
Yes, well done, Graeme. Well done, Graeme. That was as near as anybody's going to get, so I'll give you the maximum marks. And I'm going to ask Tim, over to you now. Will you sing along with When the Boat Comes In?
Dance to the daddy, sing to the mammy, dance to the daddy, then the mommy sing. You shall have a little fishy on a little dishy. You shall have a little fishy when the boat comes in.
Pretty good, pretty good. You only get 18 there for that one. And we go over to Barry Cryer, and you're going to sing along with Rolf.
Oh, my.
1, 2, 3, 4. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere, man. Never a trouble or care, man. I've never paid me fair, man. Enough trouble I've had me. Share, man, I've been everywhere. Been around with you, but down with a little hand.
And Wolverhampton, Shrewsbury, Canterbury, Aylesbury, Liverpool, Scunthorpe, Stafford, Mayfield, Hartlepool, Whiteport. I've dropped the paintbrush. Milton Hall, Devonport, Newport, Southport, Stockport. I've been everywhere, man.
Never a trouble or care, man.
Yes, that was very hard, so I think I'll be lenient to you and give you 6. Now, Willie, here's an easy one for you. We're just simply going to ask you to sing along with Figaro.
Thank you very much. It's a grand life, free for the pleasure.
I don't really know whether you came in right or wrong.
Nor does he.
But the audience obviously did. We have an audience of music lovers here.
All singing along.
Hump, I think we should explain to the listeners at home that during that, Willie actually built a Fiat Super Mirafiore.
And tried to stuff it in a suitcase.
Okay, there. Well, then, Willie, you win that one by a short margin. And we go on to a round called Missed Hits. I have to enunciate that particularly carefully. These are lesser-known versions of popular plays, films and novels, such as, for instance, Star Trek, The Colour Slide. And we start with you, Graeme Garden.
Yes, there's been a few missed hits in the horror film area. Some recent releases were Frankenstein has risen from the sofa. Whatever happened to baby lotion? Friday the 12th. And the
Before this
curse...
turns into a monologue, would you like to... Let me just give Tim a turn, because he's looking left out.
Oh, bless him. Bless him. Ah.
One just miss I thought was a great shame was Who's Afraid of Virginia Wade? Rather sad one too is Tricycles of Fire, which I thought was...
Willie.
Battlestar Lollipop. The Vole Hunter.
I like these animal ones. They shoot hamsters, don't they?
Mick Jagger in Puckalypse Now.
The Curse of the Were-Puppy.
James Bond in Doctor Possibly. And towering air conditioning fault.
The Man Who Shot Nobody. And King of Things.
Snow White and the Seven Jockeys.
That's quite exciting. I'd gone to see that.
Any advance on that?
Deep Stoat. I like the animal ones. Bridge over stagnant water. Apart.
Well, now we come to a game called Jest Expander. And the aim is to improve on the title. No, in fact, it's a variation on that old favourite tag wrestling. This time somebody has to start telling a joke and can then be interrupted by the others if they're approaching a punchline, or if he is approaching a punchline, I should say. The interrupter then takes over and has to head towards a joke of their own. Any volunteers to start? Otherwise I shall
Yes,
do
Willie.
something.
Yes, I volunteer Willie.
Willie Rushton, will you start?
Oh, that's too soon. As the Titanic set out on its final trip, aboard was a conjurer who, in his act, always had a parrot on his shoulder.
Challenge there from Tim.
And this parrot used to tell jokes about mainly chemist shops. He used to say,
One day, a fellow went into a chemist shop.
Interruption from Graeme Garden.
Bought a packet of aspirins and went round the corner to the pub.
Oh, interruption from...
I'm going to keep this parrot voice up all on.
Interruption from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
And in the pub, he ordered a pint of lemonade shandy. And at that moment, he turned into a man.
Interruption from Willie Rushton.
The conjurer, in fact, he turned into, upon whose shoulder he sat. Whenever the conjurer was doing his act, like sawing a woman in half...
Interruption from Barry Cryer.
Wherever he went, he had this little fellow with him, about 2 feet tall. And this parrot was very gaily coloured. And he went up to the bar and he said, I'll have a pint for the parrot and a gin and tonic for the little fella, and I'll have a gin. So...
Interruption from Willie Rushton.
At this, a shagabang load of nuns poured into the bar.
Interruption from Graeme Garden.
And the Mother Superior said, here, girls, have you heard the one about the bloke who went to the pub?
And they said, yes, wasn't it the one that was approached by a girl who came up and said, sleep with you?
Interruption. Interruption from Willie Rushton.
I'd rather be sawn in half.
The end. The end. A brilliant interruption there by Willie Rushton wins him that round.
Oh.
All hands down.
I was just beginning to enjoy that.
Oh, you ought to do another
In
one.
that case, we'll do another one.
Oh, no.
Well,
Let's do it. Well, yeah, all right.
We'll do another quick one then. Can I tell you this time round, teams, that you mustn't interrupt until the other person who's speaking is approaching a joke. In that last round...
But how can... There's no way of knowing.
Okay, well, we'll start with you, as you insist on having another round. Barry Cryer.
This husband and wife were both visiting the doctor for their different reasons, when they were both on hormone treatment of varying descriptions. And, good heavens, some confusion occurred, because they both...
Interruption from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
In fact, found themselves in a chemist's shop.
Interruption from Willie Rushton.
On B deck of the Titanic. Well, they chanced upon his man in full evening dress and a top hat and a parrot on his shoulder.
Interruption from Barry.
Who said, "Where's the gents?" And the steward said, "Port side, sir." He said, "God, I can't wait that long."
Okay, well done, Barry.
It was the P&O line.
No, well, that's jolly good. And we're going to go on to the last game now, which is, of course, where I sit back and I ask you all to introduce your late arrivals for the Household Furnishers Ball.
Actually, I'd like to welcome an old friend, actually, Mr. and Mrs. Wall Carpeting and their son Walter Wall Carpeting.
I see.
Ooh, that's the best. I mean,
you won't get any better than that.
And here come Mr. and Mrs. Drawers and their son Chester Drawers. He's a tall boy.
Dr. Living Room, I presume. There's Peter Glaze and his wife. Double glazing.
And there's Wallpaper. And his brother Lou.
Moving into the kitchen. I've just popped into the kitchen, chaps. And I've just met a rather sad Denise Coffey, but I expect she'll be perky later.
And Willie, welcome. Why not? EC chair and WC pedestal. All the way from Wales, Mr. and Mrs. Ningram Sweet, and their son Di Ningram Sweet, and his valet, the Welsh dresser.
Another literary night. Will you welcome the late, great Charles Dickinson Jones, author of Tale of Two Settees, Fire Great Expectations, Candlewick Papers, Bleak House and Garden. Oh, and a floor. Oh.
And Ray Theatre. And also from Wales, Di Van. I thought you might be.
Di
Van.
Yeah,
And also over there, Mr. and Mrs. Curtins, and their son Net Curtins. Pull yourselves together.
At this point, in response to imploring looks from the teams...
And the audience.
There's too much gossiping going on over there in the corner, Humph. It's Ken Wood. He's a bit of a mixer.
I'd just like to mention Hoover again, if you can hear me.
Well, that's what we have this week, ladies and gentlemen, and join us again next time. Until then, goodbye from all of us.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Jeffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you and welcome to the show. We're very proud to have heard from audience research that when the programme's due to come on the air, an incredible 95% of the population stays in the pub. Here are the teams, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. Denise Coffey and Willie Rushton. And we're going to start with a game wittily called British Musical. A recent London flop was said by one critic to leave the British musical still floundering at the foot of the table. In this round, the teams are invited to come up with their own ideas for a typical British musical and also to sing a few of the hit numbers from it. We'll start with Barry Cryer.
This is a rather exciting venture, a new British musical. It's an underwater version of The Hunchback of Notre Dame called Ringing in the Seine. And Quasimodo is played by Raquel Welch walking backwards. And Esmeralda, the lovely gypsy girl, is played by Lionel Blair walking forwards. And there's some lovely songs. Bells are ringing for me and my ghoul. I've grown accustomed to his hump. I've got my Quasimodo working for me now. The rather lovely title song. Ringing, darkly, in the sun.
Well done, Barry. Willie Rushton, your turn.
I got a three-acter about the Suez crisis. You'll start to thrill with the opening chorus. If you knew Suez like I know Suez, oh, what a canal. Ever since 1939, Anthony Eden, our British Prime Minister, Gerald Harper, the famous sheep impersonator, has been paranoid about dictators. Nasser, he's a Hitler, all right, Hitler's littler, but Nasser, he's my bogey now. Nationalising Suez, he does, he think who is Nasser, he's my bogey now. In an impassioned speech delivered through his nose, Eden decides this means war. He sends for the Foreign Secretary. Enter Foreign Secretary. I am Selwyn. I am Selwyn. I'm the Foreign Secretary. I am Selwyn. I am Selwyn. What are we doing? I agree. A chorus line of Israelis invade Egypt singing Caro Mia Mine. And at the start, the Vet 2 Nasser totally scuppers the canal. Abdul blow the boat apart, pull the plug out. Finally, British troops land in Egypt and sing unaccompanied around the campfire, Colin. So this is the cock-up of Eden, and here we all are by the Nile, chasing Arabs and Yids all round the pyramids and smile, smile, smile. Final cut. I am available, Harold Fielding.
Okay, Graeme Garden.
Yes, well, this is one called Mole, based on the Burgess and Maclean defection scandal, and features such wonderful songs as Bye Bye Burgess, Falling in Love Maclean, and Don McLean's great hit Bye Bye American Spy, Philby Coming Round the Mountain, and Gentlemen Prefer Blunts, and of course, the hit song from the show. Didn't we have a lovely time the day we went to Moscow? That's all.
Right, Denise.
Well, this musical won't run and run, but it will walk and walk. It's called A Carless Line, and it's about 12 hopeful people who wait for 2 hours for the chance to hail a 172. We discover their hopes, their ambitions, and the range and violence of their vocabulary. Blake Hall stands in line and dreams of the day his bus will come. It's the song for a cue. The day will dawn, one wonderful day, when my lucky number comes true. And I go upstairs with you on a 172. And then next to him in the line is Pretty Doris Hill. Why, she's late for a meeting with her agent, Golders Green. Because, why, she has dreams of reaching Broadway, Ealing Broadway. And next to her, Colin Dale and Arnos Grove have ambitions to hit the big time 5 days in the queue at Gatwick Airport. Yes, they say, yes, we'll spend the day. We'll be lazing away the time outside Gate 43. We'll stroll down to buy a paper for the rioting results, and then home again to our place. The end of a perfect queue. Oh.
What a performance.
I'd like to hear that again.
In fact,
well,
though...
hopeful people... Oh, you don't...
On the response to the audience, Willie Rushton is 42 marks ahead at the end of that round. Which will certainly stand him in good stead when at the end of the programme I ask the teams to announce the late arrivals to the TV Awards Ball.
Great.
Now we have the game called Tag Wrestling. In this round I'm going to give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of the teams off telling the story to fit their particular punchline. And then when I feel like it, I shall press my buzzer, which sounds like this, and a member from the opposing team will have to take up that story, but make it fit his punchline. Now here are the punchlines. First of all, Denise and Willie, your punchline is, and the nun returned the stirrup pump to the planetarium. Graeme and Barry, your line is, and with that, the chairman stopped the game.
How do you spell planetarium?
You don't just say it on radio, it's lovely. It's,
Ah. Put Madame Tussauds
Okay, have
on
you written
the
down
line.
your punchlines?
How do you spell Madame
Right.
Tussauds?
Willie and Denise, you've had the longest time to think, so I'll ask you to start
One M and two swords.
your story.
One day, Sister Denise stepped out of the monastery, where she'd spent the night, quite illegally, and set off towards the planetarium, carrying with her her stirrup pump. Bobbity, bobbity, bob, she went along the road.
Bobbity bob, rather too rashly, is straight under a bus. What excitement in Baker Street there was that day. Not only none mauled by bus scandal, but also planetarium conflagration destroys London landmark. And, incidentally, the country's entire stocks of stirrup pumps were stored therein.
Too late.
Carry on, Willie and Denise.
Luckily, one of the other sisters from the convent where Sister Denise had been a late resident rushed forward to pick up the stirrup pump which had been flung clear in the accident and ran towards the burning planetarium. She knew it was her duty, her holy duty, her bounden duty, nay, her absolute duty, and the nun returned the stirrup pump to the...
Stone me, she said, looking at the mangled stirrup pump clutched next to her rosary. This is in no condition to be returned to the planetarium. Stone me, Struth, am I depressed? I could go a bit of cricket. Round the corner, as you know, Lord's. She hied herself to Lord's. In there, a special day, a one-day match, was the chairman of the MCC. Can you imagine the scene?
The first chairman of the MCC ever to be a nun. A failed nun, admittedly, but still a nun. Deep in his heart, he always knew he was a nun. He read of the tragic story of the sacred stirrup pump that had to be returned to the planetarium by the late, great Sister Denise. In the corner of the long room at Lord's, of course, there are many buckets. If you know the members, you'll know why. And in several of them, stirrup pumps, so they can be easily hosed down after umpire's decisions and rain stops play. So, picking up one of these stirrup pumps, he set out once more on a 74 bus towards the planetarium and reached it.
Where are you going? They cried. I'm taking this stirrup pump to the planetarium, he answered. And with that, the chairman stopped the match.
Aim.
Game. Sorry, Barry, I thought you were paying me
Well,
a
I had to
compliment.
stop the game there and to say that Denise and Willie got nearest to their correct line.
Oh, never.
So they get some marks for that. And now Willie's game. And the reason it's called that is that Willie Rushton has come up now with a game which he's going to announce to you all.
It's called Underplane Lover, and it's a Danish version of Postman's Knock. One of the basic rules of the game is the teams should consist of one man and one woman. Denise and I won the toss before the game, and we're putting you in, and here are the rules in a plain brown envelope.
Okay, you have them, Graeme and Barry?
Ah. Is the chairman going to start us?
I don't see why I should.
Well,
Yes, you may start.
Now, the wardrobe. Oh, good Lord. Shouldn't carry it like that. The wardrobe, right, I'm on top of the wardrobe.
Right, nurse, the screens.
The screens.
Oh! Ah, both of them. Oh, good Lord. I'll just cough. Oh, yes, everything's all right. I'll just strap this on here.
Yes.
Oh, I've got this inflatable Eddie Waring. You blow it up here. Doing very well. Points, please, Jim.
Yes, Willie, as it's your game, I'll ask you to award marks for that.
7 marks, but unfortunately we can't follow it. There's only one set of equipment, and I'm not blowing up Eddie Waring after Barry's been at it. So we'll pass on that.
So you hand over that game
7
to...
points for them, yes. We certainly couldn't do what they just did.
Game for all the family, really.
When Eddie's settled.
Double your hernia.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Willie's game and had nothing to do with me.
Nothing to do with me.
Won by
I washed
Graeme
my
and
hands
Barry.
off. Oh, thank you.
And we go on to a round which is called misleading advice. And I'm going to ask the teams to do their good deed for the day and give some misleading advice that they might give to a tourist. We're going to start now, this time, with you, Denise Coffey.
I'd just like to remind any tourists who might be in the audience that when you go to a pub, remember all drinks are free when it says free house outside.
You naughty male continental visitors, be sure to visit the rather saucy sauna at 10 Downing Street. The policeman is a joke.
Well, here's a culinary suggestion. Always insist on clotted cream with the traditional North Country black pudding.
And why not enter the Barbara Cartland Dirty Limerick competition? By phoning your entry direct to her on 012407272. Only use the famous Tower Bridge, gents, when it is up. Join the race down the Mall. The first to hurdle the palace railings wins a tattoo voucher. And while you're at it, foreign visitors...
Barry, have you got another one there?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's just the way I'm sitting, Hum.
Well, by maintaining a discreet silence from the halfway mark, Graeme and Willie Rushton seem to have won that round. We go on to play the game word for word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. And the opposing team may, and indeed must, challenge and try and prove a connection. And we're going to start with you, Graeme Garden, giving a word to Barry.
Jug. Bifocal. Prism. Privet.
What?
Privet.
Oh, privet.
Prism. Thrush. Bungle. Earring. Pierce.
Oh, just that.
Do you think,
I don't know.
Do you think so? There might
I'm
be.
not sure about
I
that.
wondered, maybe a play on words.
Anybody called Pierce for earrings?
Yes. This is Pierce, yes.
Dome. Hitherto.
Denise again.
I feel somehow there's a connection between Pierce and dome.
Pierce and dome. You can have your dome pierced to have a huge necklace put on.
Exactly. I rest my hand back in the love.
Yes.
Right, I'll allow that. Denise, will you start and give a word to Willie?
Puma.
Pendulum.
Unfortunate.
Oat.
Instigator.
Word.
Frill.
Buffoon.
Trouser.
Radio.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Buffoon and trousers, obviously, obvious connection. Pantaloon.
Yes.
Buffoon. Baggy nethers. And what an act he was.
I'll get the audience to decide on that. Do you think Barry's challenge was correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, Barry. Willie and... Carry on, will you?
Plaster cast.
Challenge from Barry.
Not
Cryer.
a word.
What?
Not a word, plaster cast, is it? It's
I
two
just said
words.
It describes
Two
us after
words,
coming
noun
back
and an
from the-
adjective.
No, I
just said
This
it.
is a mockery,
It's
a
a plaster
travesty.
cast. You have a plaster cast.
Plaster
Not a
cast.
plaster
I mean, you may say it
cast.
like that in your
A plastered
way.
cast, that's an adjective.
It's not a word.
That's
Not a
well,
word.
isn't
at
it?
all. Sorry.
The chairman has
This umpire is the
adjudication. We'll play a let. Will you start
Thank you
again
very
with Willie Rushton?
Plaster cast.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
There is a connection between the word plaster and the word cast.
Good lad.
You are the pits of the world.
Disgrace to mankind.
Challenge from somebody.
Me.
Oh,
I think it was a
Garden.
listener.
I'd like the referee brought out.
I'm
These are
having none of
Wimbledon
this.
jokes, listeners. You
Any
may
more of this,
remember
and I
it.
shall go on to the next game. In fact, I shall go on to the next game.
I thought it was the next game.
You won that one anyway. We're going to play the game now called Suitcases. This is where we send the teams off on holiday, and they have to pack their suitcases entirely with objects beginning with a letter that I shall give them. The other team can challenge if they think that any of the objects will have difficulty fitting into a suitcase. And the packing team will then have to provide suitable far-fetched explanations as to how they intend to cram them in. Is that all clear to you? Right. Yep. Somebody in the audience said no, and I'm entirely on their side.
That was the producer.
Okay, now, Graeme and Barry, start packing your suitcase with objects beginning with the letter P.
Pod.
Porterhouse steak.
Piano.
Panda.
Pustule.
Never travel without one. Oh, mustn't go without me pedagogue.
Or indeed my portmanteau.
Challenge there from Denise.
Why is your portmanteau in your suitcase?
Better
When I
safe
put it
than
to
sorry.
Oh, yes. But a portmanteau, I put it to you, is indeed a suitcase.
No.
Yes.
I put it to the audience, a portmanteau is not a suitcase. There's a distinct difference, isn't there?
It is, they're saying there are people nodding.
No,
Yes,
no.
it
I
is.
can't hear him nodding.
For those of you listening in black and
Denise,
white, there
I'm
are
not
some
gonna
people
allow-
nodding.
I can't allow that challenge, Denise.
Thank you, Hum.
A portmanteau is actually larger than a suitcase. Right, Barry, continue.
Pansy.
No way to address the chairman.
Gets him seats on the tube.
Or anywhere else for that matter. Piccolo. Are we still playing this game?
Plinth. Charles or Edward, pick whatever you want.
Pants.
Polo stick.
Denise, challenge.
Polo sticks are something in the matter of 2 meters long. I don't know if this would go in a suitcase.
In sections. You see Prince Charles with that little bag.
That's no way
That's
to
no
speak
way
of
to
it.
speak of. Oh, never say die.
Piano.
What?
Challenge. Denise.
You already have a piano in your suitcase. I can't help but feel that it's getting
We're taking
rather
Rushton and
tight.
Schaefer with us.
And what, is this a large piano by any chance, I wonder?
Lord, no, it's a portmanteau-sized piano.
Uh-huh.
It is in the portmanteau, in fact.
And where's the other one? They snapped.
I think I'll allow that, Denise. I think you've got a case there. Will you start, Denise and Willie, packing your suitcase?
With what?
P.
Things
Okay,
beginning with the letter P.
P.
Pyjamas?
What fun you are to know, Denise.
Well, remember what happened last
Let my
time.
own contribution to this weekend of passion be a parakeet.
Please, so...
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
No room for that.
What?
One keat possibly, but not a parakeet.
Why can't we take Weed Killer with us if we want to?
She's got a lovely parakeet. A parasol.
Potable liquids.
Prayer mat.
Pram hat.
Pram hat?
A pram hat.
What need has a pram of a hat?
This is Barry
You don't
Cryer
know where
challenging.
we're going.
Quite.
Or how far you're going by the sound of it.
Okay, carry on.
A poker
Barry.
machine.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what? A poker machine. Self-training version of a fruit machine.
Ah.
It's more fun.
Yeah.
And a poker.
A penguin.
Ping pong ball.
Ping pong table.
Challenge from Graeme Garden.
Ping-pong ball? You wouldn't fit that in a suitcase, surely.
Enormous things, aren't they?
They're not late arrivals to the Chinese embassy.
Denise, will you justify?
No.
You won't. Well, then you win. Right, teams. pencils and paper ready now, because we're going to play that ever-popular game, Mornington Crescent. No special rules this time, so when you're ready, if we can start with you.
That means standard rules. You say when you say no special rules, huh?
The ordinary standard rules, yes.
We've had trouble there before.
Yeah, we did. That's why I asked, Willie.
Denise, you may start.
Could Willie start? Because I'm a bit nervous, because I'm not an expert at this game. Willie,
You're terrific. You're only terrific, that's all.
Oh,
Well
gee,
then.
thanks, Coach.
Not at all,
Thanks,
no.
Coach.
All right, then. All right, I'll allow that. Willie, you can start.
We'll go the easy way. Highfield Road.
Hyde Park Corner.
Oh, heaven. Corner. Clerkenwell Road.
You see?
Watling Street.
Oh, no.
The Boltons. You say, but a strange confidence.
Yes, Park Lane.
No,
Oh, no, sorry.
Strand.
Sorry.
Strand.
Park Lane.
Birdcage Walk.
Close to comfort.
It's a standard route.
It's hell living in West London. I never know. I never go up there. Haverstock Hill. I remember that.
Mornington Crescent.
Brilliant. Turn.
What a wonderful
turn.
touch.
Standard rules. She could have done that.
Sorry.
She could have done that.
Yes.
If we did
It would have been okay, but it wasn't your turn. And unfortunately, Barry, you have to go now in reverse order.
Right.
If there's been a false call, you see, from the
Yeah.
other team, you must continue in reverse
Regent.
order.
No, Regent Street.
Portland Place. Sorry, I had to.
That's all right. Yeah, I liked it.
Goodge Street.
Primrose Hill.
Mornington Crescent. Yes.
Get off.
Thank you.
Well, that's standard rules.
Killer.
It's possible you've had a handicap there, because Denise, you did walk into that one a
Well,
little
I
bit.
did get nervous, you see. I'm sorry. It's just playing
all
at
right.
such a high level.
No, it's all right.
You should just play at home.
Never mind, here's your
nothing
chance to
wrong.
catch up.
Bless her. Oh, bless her.
Because I'm going to ask the teams to announce now the late arrivals to the TV Awards Ball. The TV Awards Ball. I must ask in advance for Willie Rushton not to hog the whole way.
Nathan Wide, Cara, Nation Street, Emma, Dale Farm, Best Sellers, Winnie Takes All, and Lady Killers. And Luke's Familiar and May Music. And the well-known Psycho Mayberry. And Sir Viv Hall Special. If that doesn't fill your ball up, well, nothing else.
Right, it's just become a matter of catching up Willie Rushton.
Yes, quite.
All the way from Italy, will you welcome, please, Signor and Signora Di Pops and their mousy son, Topo. Di Pops. Thanks.
There was an applause then.
And over there, Mr. and Mrs. 9 o'clock News. And their sons Big Ears and Noddy 9 o'clock News.
With their girlfriend, Wendy Boat comes in.
And Bonanza.
And there's Mr. and Mrs. J.R. Dallas and their drug-crazed Swiss au pair, Heidi High.
Accompanied by lovely socialite, General Armin, dressed joyfully by his spelling of his Christian name, IDI.
I just got that.
Nasty, isn't it?
No.
I'm just getting over it.
Over there, Mr. and Mrs. Tyler Moore Show and their daughter, Rhoda.
Oh, we've just had an apology. Lou Grant unable to be here due to an attack of quinsy.
Thought Lou Grant was what you got from the council.
As opposed to a Lou Grunt, which I just got over.
Noel Edmonds has just been declared Personality of the Year. Will anyone who witnessed the accident please...
Well, the time is rapidly approaching where I have to ask the team to pocket their marks.
Robin Snest.
And what's on next? Andy Part 1.
Film of the week.
And over there from France, will you pay careful attention, please? 2. Mr. and Mrs. Wers and their young Yugoslavian horse, Foal Tito Wers.
Foal Tito.
Oh, Tito.
Foal Tito.
The nation groans.
You know, I haven't heard the signature tune for a long time. I love that song.
Well, Willie Rushton is still ahead,
Oh.
which makes him the winner of this week, and that brings us to the end of the programme. So until next time, goodbye from all of us.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Willie Rushton and Denise Coffey were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the programme, which, when it comes to quality, stops at nothing. And from this point on, goes backwards. Here are Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. And to the general relief of the nation, we're going to start this week with Mornington Crescent. And teams, I must tell you now, as we're starting with this game, that this week Frog Arts rule applies. Okay?
It's a bit hard on Tim, Mum.
Well, we're doing it now, and we start with you, Willie Rushton.
Oh, you've got to get out of it, haven't you? Brentford High Street.
Oh.
I'm playing Froggatt.
Chiswick High Road.
Why are you going next? Is it you?
Froggatt's room.
Come on,
Come on,
don't
Tim.
nod off.
Concentration, please.
Oxford Circus.
It's Willie now.
Oh, that one. Oh, right. Tottenham Court Road, that's all right. Tottenham Court Road.
We could do Tim now.
We
can make Tim go now, can't we?
Wait a minute, how many times have you one, two? No, you've done, no, not twice consecutively.
Barry.
We can pass, can't we?
Barry, I'm fripping on this one.
I see.
Let's put you in a bit of a spot.
Jermyn Street.
Oxford Circus, I can come in there.
And you can go again, because that's to our advantage.
Yes.
We can,
we can demand you go
yes,
again.
in fact, we insist upon it. With a cry of Froggatt.
You want to make me go again? Thanks to Froggatt. Right. Piccadilly Circus.
You're going to have to limit the conferring teams.
Don't have to. Mornington Crescent.
Yes.
No, he can't. He has.
Yes.
He has.
I said he could.
Yes. He has. Thank you, partner. Barry, think about it.
This umpire is the pits.
There's nothing objectionable in that, is there?
Advantage, Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor. And we go on to the point where I warn you that at the end of the programme I'm going to ask you to introduce the late arrivals at the cricketers' ball. We're going to do an ad-lib poem now. I'm going to give one member of the team, who I'll nominate in a moment, an opening line of a poem, and he has to continue it until I buzz, when it will go over to a member of the opposite team. And we're going to start this week, I think, with Willie Rushton. Here's your opening line, Willie. I'd like to tell you what I do when I go to bed.
I'd like to tell you what I do when I go to bed. But large parts of what I do are probably best left unsaid. It's an intimate business, a private affair. And I never fail to tremble as I scramble up the stair. No, I'm sorry.
I think it'd be better.
My scansion blew you.
Yes, it blew
As I scramble up the stair, the little lamp I hold aloft, it gutters in the dark, and I console myself with thoughts of days in Regent's Park, when there upon the sunny sward full length I did down lie. Best of luck.
With a pint of lemon shandy and a piece of veal ham pie. Those were days, lad, when I'd lie with my mistress fair. She was a right little cracker, lying on grass right there. Her name was Sally Binns. I remember it quite well.
I used to lie with Sally and listen to church bell. And now and again, and often now, whenever I got the urge, I'd...
Sally Binns and I would compose a little dirge to the strains of...
More of a strain than you
the
thought.
Warsaw Concerto. We'd lie there in the sun. Thank you.
I'll see you afterwards.
And round about, 12:30, we'd often share a bun.
What?
And then away to London Zoo, our happy way we hied, to feed the remains of our lunchtime bun to any elephant we spied. But then one day, in London Zoo, a tragedy there struck.
Escaping from open air Shakespeare there arrived young little Puck. As you will know, our Sally Binns, she loved him and had lots of fun, and that is the day it became known as Sally Binns Done. When I say she has been done, I speak with mouth so clean. For you with dirty minds, it could appear obscene. But Sally Binns, she was a lass who loved to play quite fair.
This has nothing to do with our poem, so I think we'll leave it there. Before you start to shout and scream, before you sneer and scoff, why don't polar bears like penguins? Because they can't get the silver paper off.
Thank you, Barry. You've no idea how grateful I am to you for that. In fact, I shall give you 40 marks.
And we'll give you 20.
Yeah. With Sally Binns at the piano, with Colin Sell at the piano, we come to a musical round, and this one's called Blues. And as you know, I ask one team to give the other team a topic for a blues, which they must then improvise. And Colin Sell will provide the introduction and accompaniment. I shall award 2 marks for wit, cleanliness, and brevity, coupled with ethnic feel. Or not. I think you can do the singing, Barry and Graeme, so will you give them a topic, please, Tim and Willie?
We'd like them to do the birth control.
Birth control blues.
Calypso, we prefer...
Yes,
can we
rules,
do progress through? Let's do calypsos.
Okay.
Can we?
See, that's more fun already, isn't it?
Oh.
A man with the children that I know.
As a wife who, with the front of his pyjamas up, did so.
When, quite naturally, he asked why, she said, it goes to show.
A stitch in time saves 9, you know.
We'll give you 2 marks for that.
I'd like to
just explain to those of you listening that I really do not know my blues from my calypso. We're doing a calypso now. You're going to do, Tim, are you going to do a calypso?
Yeah, I think I prefer calypso.
It's essential to the smooth running of this programme that the chairman knows what's happening.
Why change the habit of a lifetime?
Okay. Tim and Willie, you're going to sing. Give them a topic, please, Graeme.
Rupert Murdoch.
Cha-cha-cha.
Oh, Rupert Murdoch has bought the Spectator.
What he put on page 3, we will tell you later.
It's a naughty full frontal of Margarita Lasky. Sorry, Willie.
That's all right. I preferred Rupert Murdoch when he worked with Arthur Askew. Takes you back.
Well, Willie, you get 16 for that, which puts you marginally in the lead. Next game is called Straight Face. And in this round, the aim is not to amuse the audience. So I'll give each of you 60 marks in advance.
We played this.
Yeah. Every round the same.
Each panellist in turn says a word, and the first one who gets a laugh from the studio audience is disqualified. The remaining 3 then continue the game in rotation until only one survives. And to that one, I will award all the points that remain. Right. We're going to start with you, Graeme Garden.
Pencil. That was a sneeze, not a laugh.
It's the nearest you've got to a... No. Clock.
Portcullis.
Abattoir.
Oh.
That was beginning to sound like a titter, but I'll, as it was the first time round, I'll let you off that one, Willie, but don't do it again.
Vat.
Plug.
Diarrhea.
You're out. You'd have been out if they hadn't laughed. Okay, we skip you this time. So, Barry, it's you.
That was disgusting. Dysentery.
That's you out, Barry, I'm afraid, too. Which leaves now a very tense conflict between Willie Rushton and Graeme Garden.
Horse.
Threnody.
Bus.
Cube.
Wire.
Nodule.
Hopeless failure, Graeme.
Fixed them.
The
Well, a year
winner, ladies and
ago.
gentlemen, Willie Rushton.
Dive in a second.
Now we have a round called My Music, which is based on that evergreen radio show, and I call it evergreen because it's always mouldy. Colin Sell is going to play the start of a tune, and the teams then have to continue singing what they think it is. And Colin Sell will then demonstrate musically whether or not they're right. Right you are. Now we're going to start with you, Graeme and Barry.
Picture you upon my knee, tea for two and two for tea, me for you and you for me. Hello. No. Yes?
Well, when you say yes, are you asking a question or making a statement?
I was saying yes, question mark.
Your guess was that was tea for two.
Yes.
And we'll go over now to Colin Sell to see whether you're right. Well, you are right, and that puts you ahead, Graeme and Barry. Incidentally, there's an interesting story, you know, about tea for two.
Yes?
Yes. Now...
We've got the thinking man, Steve Race, here.
We go over to you now, Tim and Willie. And Colin, will you tell them what their tune is?
Tell us.
Well, don't actually tell
Seems
them.
to be a shortcut to the end of the round. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey!
Well, the audience is obviously with you. Now, Colin.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey!
Yes, quite right. And Graeme and Barry, you're marginally in the lead, and we'll see what you can do with this next game, which is a game known as Well-Known Plots. I want each team member to summarise the plot of a play, book, or whatever it is that I shall give them. And to push things along, I want them to do their summaries in 15 seconds. Now, we're going to start with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor. Will you summarise, please, the plot of Lady Chatterley's Lover in 15 seconds from now?
I say, Gardner.
Yes, my lady.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, but I appear to have tripped and you've fallen on top of me. I'm a lady, but it ain't too bad, is it? No.
Very good. And as you did it...
We weren't allowed one-word answers, were we?
As you did it in... As you did it in 7 seconds under the time, I award you 7 marks at the suggestion of Graeme Garden. Now, Graeme, will you please, in 15 seconds, outline to me the plot of Waiting for Godot.
Has he come yet? No.
Well, you just made it there on the 15 seconds. Willie Rushton, we're going over to you, and you, please, will outline the plot of Oliver Twist to me in 15 seconds from now.
Can I have some more Mr. Beadle? Asked Oliver Twist. No, you can't, said the Beadle. I shall run away, said Oliver Twist. Welcome to London, said the Artful Dodger. Come and work for Mr. Fagin. My life, you pick pockets for us, said Fagin. Hello, boy. Why have you got your hand in my pocket? I shall adopt you, said Mr. Brownlow. Ah, well, he said, not easy as that, said Oliver. Things will doubtless look up after Nancy gets hers, Bill Sykes gets his, Fagin gets lost, and the Artful Dodger joins the board at Longrow. And they didn't. He was discovered by Lionel Barton and lived happily ever after.
Fantastic. Just made it. Just made it with half a second to spare there.
Oh, excellent.
Well done, Willie.
Slightly shorter than the musical version.
Right, it's over to you now, Barry Cryer, and I want you to outline for me in 15 seconds from now the TV series The Second World War.
I have this piece of paper. Ist nicht zu sprechen. Never with hit Joey for six. Banzai. We surrender. Ach, we surrender. There'll always be an England. Oh!
I'm afraid you were 2 seconds over there, Barry, so I have to dock you 2 marks from that one. So that's that. And we're going to go on now, teams, to Kim's game. A number of items will be passed on a conveyor belt in front of one member of each team, and he has to remember as many of them as possible with the help of his partner. So, Barry and Graeme, your objects are coming past on the conveyor belt for 15 seconds from now.
The metro's fallen off. There was Alison Clare going home. Brillo whoopee cushion.
Wobbly bunny.
Thank you.
A wobbling bunny.
Wobbling bunny. Jelly Lord Goodman. There was a conveyor belt. I remember that.
Yes. There was a tweed toothpick. There was a weather report by Michael Fish. And there was
Fish report by Michael
Weather, yes. I saw that one going past. You spotted it just before me, I think.
Britt Eklund and some friends.
Oh, yes.
Oh, they're still coming along.
Yeah. Cut glass jockstrap.
Two-way Social Democrat. An insoluble spittoon.
Inflatable John Biffin.
Holding a cuddly goy.
We've only got 25 seconds to go.
Relief map of Barbara Cartland. I remember that one.
There's help coming from the audience.
Help coming from the audience.
What?
Oh, there's help going away from the matching set of national fronts.
Chocolate teapot.
Chocolate teapot.
Chocolate teapot, yes. Yes, we've only got 20 seconds left.
I want one of those.
Humphrey Lyttleton.
I can't decide whether to let Tim take back the audience or Barry to take back a cuddly Humphrey Lyttleton. OK, right. Well, we go over now to Willie Rushton, and your objects are coming up in the next 10 seconds. Willie.
If I'm lucky. There was a herring fleet.
That thing with bells on, what was that?
Fuzzy Motor.
Now magazine.
Now magazine, yes. Hundreds of thousands and thousands of old copies.
Good heavens, more of them.
And Sir James Goldsmith, what's left of him?
Yes, he was the thing that had bells on it.
John McEnroe Vindaloo.
John Where did you say he was? Sorry. John McEnroe Vindaloo, was he? Really? That explains the language. He got it off the wall. What else is there, Willie? It's your turn.
I wasn't looking, tell you the truth. I was an extraordinary woman in the audience.
You only have 4 seconds left.
An audience?
An audience. What was that?
Mr. Brownlow.
Mr. Brownlow, was it?
And a practicing homosexual.
we're going to play now word for word, teams. And this is the game where one member of a team says a word and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. And the other team may, and indeed must, challenge and try and prove a connection. All right, we're going to start with you now. Willie Rushton, will you start with the word?
Knee.
Hat.
Horse.
Challenge there from Graeme Garden.
Oh, it's a well-known holiday postcard, a horse with a hat. You must have seen it. Actually, a straw hat and a horse and flowers.
Well, we'll put that one to the audience. Have you ever seen that? Yes, right. Graeme, the audience
That's
says...
right, it is a donkey. You're
Yes,
quite right. It is a donkey.
In a berry.
Right. Challenge from Graeme Garden.
I admit it's a horse wearing a donkey, but that doesn't affect my challenge.
Now, you win the challenge there, Graeme. Will you take up with a word with Barry?
Camera. Plinth.
Challenge from Willie Rushton.
Under the donkey with the hat, the donkey's on a plinth. In the hat.
No.
On the postcard.
Plinth Charles or Plinth Edward?
No, I won't allow that one. So, Barry, continue, please.
Clavicle.
Bucket.
Bombazine.
So, can I just check what Graeme said?
No.
He said bucket.
Ah.
But you're still going to play, aren't you, Graeme?
I'm still going to play. What was your word?
What?
What was your word?
I don't know, I never listened.
Bombazine, you said.
Bombazine, thank you, Willie.
Bombazine, right.
Challenge from Tim.
He said bombazine as well. I think there's a connection.
Wrong game.
Sorry.
Right. Graeme.
Velvet.
Artifact.
Microphone.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
They're both silly names. Mr. and Mrs. Fact and their son Artifact, and Mr. and Mrs. Raphone and their son Microphone.
Right, we've got to hurry it along now, team. So, Tim, will you take it up again after that brilliant
Glass.
introduction?
Pauper.
Handle.
Brazilian.
Light.
Trouser.
Screen.
Challenge from Barry Cryer.
Trousers are removed behind a screen, well-known phenomenon
I
in
wondered if
doctors'
you were
surgeries. Yes?
Yes.
The old cough syndrome.
Yes. So will you quickly take it up, Barry, then?
That's what they mean by the cough drop. Is it?
Curacao.
Frown.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
After a curacao, I don't frown. Do you?
So there's no connection.
Carry on, Barry.
Quite right, Barry. Carry on.
Toothpick.
Crescent.
Sorry?
Crescent.
Crescent. Moon.
Very close again, Tim.
I know
My thumb was trembling on the buzzer
I
there.
know there's a connection there somewhere.
Full.
Emu.
Rod Hull.
There's an address, Moon Crescent.
Moon Crescent, is it? Does Rod Hull live at Moon Crescent?
That's the herring fleet.
Keep it going.
Mackerel.
Net.
Challenge from Willie Rushton.
Emu and mackerel pate, well known in important nations.
Right. Yes, well, that brings you in the lead there after the end of that game, Tim and Willie. And we're going on now to play the game Wobbling Bunnies. And this, teams, is the game in which as you... Oh, well, no, we haven't got time for that one. So we'll hurry on to the last one and introduce the late arrivals to the cricketer's ball.
Pray, will you curtsy and bow? Here is Prince Charles in the royal box. He appears to have bowled a maiden over, but I'm not surprised with his googlies. No.
Also in the same box is extraordinary Eastern cricketer Abdul Iman Al Protector.
His friend from Scotland, Jock Strap.
And over there, will you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Tindia Touring Team? Son Wes Tindian Touring Team.
And those terrific bouncers with their lovely daughter Rachel Hayho Flint's terrific bouncers.
And over there from Scotland, will you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Keeper and their little son, Wee Kit Keeper.
Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Rate and their slightly stupid posh daughter known as the slow Ava Rate.
Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. Who's that? Oh, it's the third man.
and his friend Sally Midoff.
Oh, there's Ulrich, Dennis, Leslie, Picture Selectors, known to us initially as UDL Picture Selectors.
There's Gordon Bold.
Dennis Compton, now known as the Oval.
That lovely lady from Australia, Lillian Thompson.
She's a bit of an harlot.
From South Africa, Fervort Defensive Prod.
Mr. and Mrs. Disbat and their daughter Carrie Disbat.
And here's the cabaret, Bet Midler and Leg.
Mr. and Mrs. Pidshot and their son Stu Pidshot.
Mr. and Mrs. Tham's Bottle's Gone. Their statuesque daughter, Beau Tham's Bottle's Gone. Oh, there's Freddie Truman playing cards over there. E-W, Swanton.
We're coming up to the point where I have to say that we're running out of time.
Oh, Lord... over there, Mr. and Mrs. stopped play and their son Wayne stopped play.
Oh, no, it started again.
Breathless Rushton are close tonight, tend to make it a match to win, and their son Dezo, Breathless Rushton are close tonight, tend to make it a match to win.
Right, that's it. We have no more time. Until next week, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we come to the end of what for many people has been a most enjoyable and pleasant time. But for me, it's a relief to be able to say for the last time for many months, we hope, that here on the right are Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. And on the left, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. We're going to start, just to get this last programme off to a fizzle, with a game from a book called The Best Party Games, and it's a guessing game that the book claims can often cause amusement. Well, we'll see. At the side of the studio, we have a curtain with a gap at the bottom. One team is going to go behind it and remove their shoes. The other team then have to guess whose ankles are whose. The book says that you should only have volunteers in this game because someone might have a hole in his sock and not wish to display it. But despite that, I'm going to instruct Tim and Willie to go behind the curtain.
Gas masks on.
Don't remove your shoes till you get behind the curtain.
Curtains are wilting already. Pull yourself together.
Tim and Willie behind us. One shoe gone down. And another.
That's three. That must be Willie.
Right.
Four.
Now... Okay. Now there are the ankles. Graeme and Barry. Don't know if you can see. You have to move to a vantage point. Now Barry and Graeme are going over to take a closer look.
Oh.
Not too close. No cheating.
No.
Right. They've returned to their seats now.
An owner win.
Which pair of ankles?
Both.
I only saw one, so I assume it's Long John Silver. Couldn't see the crutch.
I'm going to encourage the audience, when they start getting warm, to applaud them if they get anywhere near the right answer. Graeme, can you improve
I
on
name that ankle in one. Hot gossip.
Oh, ah. Michael Foot. The anklet is a bit of a giveaway, that delicate anklet. Mick McManus.
No, we give up, I think.
We give up. We're stumped on that.
Right, well, we'll have to ask the people behind the curtain to step forward and identify themselves.
Oh! You rascals.
It is, would you believe it, Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor.
And Sir Alec as a decoy.
In that order. So I'm afraid,
Thanks,
Graeme and Barry,
Thanks, Alec.
I'm not going to ask you to go behind the curtain.
Just
I'm
as
going
well.
to go on and tell you that at the end of the programme this week, I'm going to ask you to introduce the late arrivals at the Music Lovers' Ball. Right, and we go on to a music round now, and it's the old familiar game, Name That Tune. Colin Sell at the piano is going to play a tune, and I'm going to ask the panellists in order to name it, and I shall award marks accordingly. Graeme Garden, I'm going to start with you. Will you name that tune?
Never on a Sunday.
Oh, that's your problem.
You don't actually get the mark, but your partner does, so it puts your team ahead anyway.
That's wonderful. Well, was I right?
Colin, will you play the right tune in full, please? There we are. Bad luck, Graeme.
Red
Willie
scales
Rushton.
in the sunset.
Willie Rushton, will you please name that tune?
I was born under a wandering Jew.
Well, we'll see if you're right, Colin.
Oy vey. Is it?
Very nearly, but not quite. Tim Brooke-Taylor will get... Oh, no, sorry, Barry Cryer. We better go to you now on the other side and ask you to name that tune.
Nagila Hava, Nagila. No, that's Never Ride Your Bicycle on a Greasy Road. It's a dead giveaway. Never ride your bicycle on a greasy road, because you might fall off and hit your head. And if you haven't got your clips on, your trousers will catch in the chain, especially if the road is wet as well as greasy.
That was a public information broadcast.
What a tense moment as we find out from Colin whether you're right.
And hit your head.
Right, one mark to Barry there, and Tim, here's your tune. Name that tune.
The one-note samba. Gilly, gilly, oss and pepper, cats and ellebogen by the sea.
And Tim Brooke-Taylor is the outright winner of that game. And we go on now to the point at which all over the nation pencils are sharpened, paper is spread over the kitchen table, maps
Dogs
are
are taken for a
unfurled,
walk.
and pocket diaries are opened, for we are about to play, for the last time in this series, Mornington Crescent.
Wow.
And as it's the last one in this series, teams, I think we'll say that the normal geographical boundaries are waived. Otherwise, the rules are perfectly straightforward.
Makes it a bit...
Right. Graeme Garden.
Right. Green Park.
Jubilee Line. Cricklewood Broadway.
Edgware Road.
King Street, Hammersmith, he said boldly.
Piccadilly Circus.
Oh. Earl Street.
Where?
Earl Street.
Earl Street.
N1.
I like it, Tim.
Just a moment. Just a moment.
Which?
N1.
I thought you said M1.
N1.
Yes, not...
Hang on a minute. Judicators.
M1 would have been better, actually.
Wait a
No,
minute,
you said Earl
M1.
Street.
Earl Street's
No, we
coming in
accept
now.
Earl Street.
All right, we'll accept Earl Street. Yes, Earl Street, he's right.
Right.
Archway.
Threadneedle Street.
Anybody got a ruler?
Oh.
Nurse! He's out of bed again.
A cry of Holloway from the audience. I don't...
Audience participation.
Yes. All right, let's try Holloway.
Thank you, Stanley.
Mornington Crescent.
Yes, bad luck.
Thanks very much, by the way, the member of the audience.
The amateurs in.
Thank you, Mother.
Right.
You really walked absolutely straight into that one.
Oh, right.
It's hardly the fault of the gentleman in the audience. If you'd wait behind afterwards, sir, Graeme Garden would like a word with you. We're now going to have one of those short pauses which inevitably occur during programs of this kind.
We usually call them
And the
rounds.
reason for this... Right, well, we now go on to the game called Initials, which, according to my script, was sent in by Lynn Anderson of Old Coulston, Surrey, but that was a very long time ago, and she's a very old lady now. And in this one, I'm going to read each team some abbreviations, and they must tell me what they think each one stands for. And I'll give marks according to how near they get to the right answer, which I shall give you at the end. We're going to start with you, Graeme Garden. Will you please fill out for me the initials F-R-I-B-A? F-R-I-B-A.
F-R-I-B-A. The Flock Round Ian Botham Association.
Close-ish, yes.
Close-ish.
Need quite a lot of them to do that.
I'll give you the right answer, Graeme.
It's not the fur retailers, insect bottling activists.
Well, funny you should say that.
No, not very.
Could be Fred Rumsey is bowling again.
Now, Graeme, that is...
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
Tim's just snatched a mark from the jaws of defeat.
Defeat of whom?
It's the fellow of the Royal Institute of British Architects, as you all knew, really. Tim Brooke-Taylor, your initials are BFBS. BFBS.
Basil Fawlty bashes Spaniards.
That is actually pretty good.
I don't. It's British. Is it British something?
Yeah. Well, yes. You're getting very close now. British.
British forces.
Yes.
Bash Spaniards.
British Spaniards. With any luck.
Given half a chance.
Get all your Basques in one exit.
British forces. BS. Broadcasting Society.
The audience know.
Don't whisper it, shout it.
Silence.
Services. Services.
So your full answer is what? British Forces Broadcasting Services. Well, the real answer is British and Foreign Bible Society. So I'm afraid you don't get that one. Barry Cryer, I'm going to give you some initials now. Yours are S-E-A-T-O, chummily known as Ceto, S-E-A-T-O.
Send Eamon Andrews to Oman. O-A, or anywhere. No?
No, not really. Have a guess at S-E now. I mean, that should get you on the way.
S-E.
I think it's Southeast Asian Treaty Organisation.
Oh, shot in the dark,
Isn't it?
Barry?
I think Tim's right.
Tim wasn't meant to be speaking, so he's not, as far as the chairman's concerned, he just doesn't exist at the moment.
Let's start the recording again. We'll start the recording again. Oh, well, I think, Humph, that it's the Southeast Asia Treaty Organisation.
It is, in fact, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organisation.
Oh, it just
Barry
came to
was
me
right.
like that.
Barry was right. Willie Rushton, your initials are RSPCA.
RSPCA. Richard Stilgo plays crappy arpeggio.
That is pretty well right, yes. Okay, I think we'll go around again to you, Graeme Garden. MPBW.
MPBW. Make Patty Boulay warm. Sorry, I was just daydreaming there for a moment. What was the...
Could it be members of Parliament break wind?
It could well be, yes. No, I've got to give it to you, I think, although you got pretty close at times. The Ministry of Public Building and Works.
I was close.
You were very close.
Yeah. I like Tim's better, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, Tim, here's one for you.
Counted up
Or
all
rather,
right,
here are
City.
four for you. D-A-A-G.
D-A-A-G. Dan Archer ages gracefully. Not funny, but true.
How true?
I give up.
I'd like you to try and guess.
District Attorney, angry golfer.
Missed it on the last word. Deputy Assistant Adjutant General.
Oh.
Barry Cryer, here's some three curt initials for you. LBC.
Oh. Lynch, Barbara Cartland. LBC. Low Bottoms Creek. Lovely place. London. But they're not the broadcasting company, are they? Are they?
Who?
Oh, the unmentionables in these BBC premises.
London
Are they?
Broadcasting Corporation, are they? Or company?
No, company. London Broadcasting Company.
A terrific organisation. And
I'm
I've
sorry you
handed in
mentioned
my
that.
notice.
Right. Now, Willie Rushton, here are some for you. GBH. GBH.
Gerald Bloody Harper.
That's better out than it.
What is that? I feel better there. Grandmother's been had. No,
Well, you know the obvious one.
What? What's the obvious one?
Georgie Best's halitosis.
Oh.
General grievous bodily harm, isn't it?
General bodily harm.
General bodily harm.
That's close enough, I think. Right. And we go on to now that most popular game, the ad-lib poem. I'm going to give someone the first line of a poem, and they continue until I buzz. And my buzzer sounds like this. And then the next person continues, and I shall give the final prolonged buzz when I think that they've reached the right artistic conclusion. And I'm going to give you, Tim Brooke-Taylor, the opening line of this poem. There's nothing I enjoy so much as a ripping bedroom farce.
Where you see a large big bed and the teeth are in the glass. When people come in lots of doors and take off all their clothes.
There's a fella in the cupboard with a very runny nose. And he's her husband, really. But they don't know that he's there. He's hiding till the man goes out, and then he'll take a chair and climb on the wardrobe and don a large top hat and
enter Robertson Hare, who is playing a stuffed cat. The stuffed cat's looking puzzled. But then can he be blamed?
With all the people on the stage, some people we have named, and some are yet to enter here, this bedroom farcical.
Oh,
easy.
Tim.
Help! I'd pass in the first place. The wife, she then came into the room. Help!
That's right.
It will be a pal.
Look, the wife then came into the room and said, I'll be a pal to the stranger who had limped just in by the fireplace.
He had a rotten wooden leg, but a smile upon his face. Nay, nay, said.
3 marks.
What's all this here? This situation I have found. Then he lit a cigarette and burnt right to the ground. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
he burnt right to the ground, he did. It was a merry sight.
Better than Brian and Rick's Trouserless, which I saw on Thursday night. Then I go to many a farce. You could call me a fan.
We could call you a lot of things. And we generally do to a man. But on this subject of these farces that we here discuss... Piece of cake.
We are now moving on to Panto. Dick Whittington and his puffs.
Not so much an artistic conclusion, but rather a crafty get-out for Tim Brooke-Taylor, which wins him that particular round. Going on now to a round called Famous Last Words, teams. And I want you to provide me with some alternative last words to the ones which are common knowledge. The first one to put his hand up can leave the room.
The last one which is sort of said to Joan of Arc, which is, excuse me, madame, but how would you like your steak done?
I have the last words of a famous ex-druid. Well, of course, he said, if it's simulated.
It's famous last words of David Coleman frequently is, well, England appear to have got the game really sewn up now. Delia Smith, actually, she had last words. Well, this has a distinctive taste. Don't tell me, let me guess what you put in it, Lucretia.
St. Sebastian's last words were 180!
There was a Civil War general, the true one, I can't remember his name, who was supposed to have stuck his head over the parapet during the war and said, don't worry, they couldn't hit an elephant at this...
Right.
Another winner.
Graeme and Barry are well in the lead now as we come to the round called Wobbling Bunny. And this is our last chance, in fact, to play this being the last programme in the series. So you know the rules, teams. We'll go straight in. We'll start with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
You look a damn fool without the apparatus.
Tim fell over after 21 seconds. Barry Cryer. Barry now moves to the centre of the stage. I think that's a winner, Barry. But we'll go to you, Willie Rushton.
Pass.
Pass. Right, 2 marks there. And Graeme?
Big finish?
I hope so.
Not
Big
bad.
finish, Bunny.
Graeme now moves across the stage, behind the curtain, where he's now removing his shoes. There's some movement behind the curtain.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Was that crepe hair?
And those of you listening at home...
Hasn't finished, Hump.
Those of you listening at home who'd like to write in with your idea... Oh, Graeme hasn't finished. I'm sorry, I interrupted Graeme there. He hasn't finished. Right, round of applause for Graeme Garden, who's our wobbling bunny of the week. I was just saying before I was interrupted, or before I interrupted Graeme there, that if those of you listening at home would like to write in the correct answer before the start of the next series, we shall announce it on the first programme. And teams, this is where I ask you to give the late arrivals to the Music Lovers Ball.
And here she comes. Pom, 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 pom. It's the auntie of the gladiators.
There's a friendly couple. There's Pagliacci and his cosy fan, Tutti.
Ah, there's Kaz Trato, who's just been reorchestrated.
And all the way from Australia, will you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Vation and their son Stan Dingo Vation?
Well, it seemed funny to me. Did it seem funny to you?
There's Bizet, who I shall insult with his full name. Buzz off, can't you see I'm Bizet?
Ladies and gentlemen, will you welcome, but keep your hands on your pockets, because here comes Violin, who's on the fiddle. Here's Des Cant. I think he's scored with Andante.
Oh, look, there's Allegro, Bel Canto, Allegretto, and their rather stupid friend, Dim Innuendo.
There's a fellow with a French horn. French horn? Cor anglais.
And will you welcome, please, Mr. Moonlight and the Moonlight son, Arthur.
There's Dulcie Murr, who's a bit of a virginal.
Why, she was crumpet voluntary. Here's a laugh, Beethoven's fifth. The Irish string quartets have arrived. Well, 2 of them have, the other 3 couldn't make it.
Welcome, please, fellow who hails from Wales and Ireland, Di O'Fram, who's a bit Mozart and Liszt, so,
After 8 double basses. Handles lager. He never drinks anything else. Thank you, Tim Parney.
Well, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, with Tim and Willie and Barry and Graeme roaring into the lead.
Well, I've had 3 movements, but I'm feeling better now, Humphrey.
And all the way from Broadway, will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Sline and their daughter Cora Sline. And there's Fatty Second Street.
We're going to sing Cacciatore Ann and Put It in Your Pocket. Charlie's not looking too well over there. Well, we just know him as C. Bilious. Cantata ever take the place of goodbye? Just a thought.
The sooner the better.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reluctant to interrupt this flow of wit, but there are other programmes waiting to get on the air, so
it's time
until
to put your
our next series, goodbye from all of us. Goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.